Pesa Teoni, that's going to be the name facing off against Ryan Sherry. I talked to Ryan this morning. I said, I mean, they got to put you on championship, right, Ryan?
Well, Cameron, people may know Ryan Sherry for his excellent interview skills, but he has a lot of game in singles. Probably going to be a little bit of a favorite here. He's the 7 seed against Pesa Teoni, who I believe qualified here. He's a very strong doubles player. Haven't seen him play singles a lot, but excited for this matchup and excited to get going here.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned the interviewing skills of Ryan Sherry. He's notorious for that, so you can guarantee, hopefully, we're going to get another good soundbite from that man right there, the Share Bear. I'm just wondering if he's got that electric shirt on that somebody made for him that literally just embodies him perfectly. It's his own face on a shirt. You got to find it somewhere.
I think he's going to make us wait this morning, maybe play a couple of points before the sweat makes him take off the first layer. But Ryan Sherry, for those that have not watched him play singles, when he's playing well, is one of the hottest players on the tour. He has a PPA title to his name, can certainly beat anybody on a given day, but he is known to be a little bit streakier. So if he's not bringing his A game, look for Mr. Teoni here to really push him.
And you can see Teoni working with that left hand. So maybe how does that change in terms of singles facing off against somebody as a righty? I mean, you got to kind of rework your brain, right?
Yeah, I mean, so much of singles training is really practicing winning patterns over and over again. And so when you play a left-handed player, a lot of those patterns are inverted a little bit. So it can make your percentages drop just a little bit and can make you need to win in a different way. We'll see how, Ryan Sherry adjusts here.
So Ryan Sherry warming it up. He's out of course, Florida. Does a nice job out there training alongside several pros that direction.
And Pesa Teoni, a newly signed Selkirk pro, using the new SLK. I believe that's the Halo paddle from Selkirk, and he is local here to the Phoenix area, Cameron.
So what do you think about that paddle? I know working with Selkirk yourself, but what are your interpretations of using that thing?
Yeah, so I have to admit, I haven't personally used it yet. I love my Selkirk Power Air, but it has the reputation of being very good for spin, very good for shaping the ball, which is really important in singles. Really finding those short angles can really enhance the quality of your passing shots. And singles is so much about implementing your will early in the first couple of shots. We'll see if that paddle will enable him to play an aggressive style.
So the question is, before they get started, if you're talking about implementing your will, obviously Ben Johns comes to your mind, right? But who are some of the others in this main draw that you go, ooh, that's somebody that can definitely dictate terms?
Well, I think, it starts with Federico Staksrud for me. Coming off the last tournament, played Ben Johns in the finals. Johns was really in form and blew through everybody, quite honestly. But Staksrud is very consistent, very aggressive, and, newer on the scene as of, a year ago or so. So look for him to make an even bigger jump this year and in this tournament.
Yeah, and Staksrud, of course, making the final back at our Masters event at Mission Hills Country Club just a few short weeks ago. Dylan Frazier picked up the bronze medal for men's singles. And also interesting, you think back to this event last year and who was victorious at the top? Well, it wasn't Ben Johns. It was JW Jansen. Great volley there.
Excellent first point by Ryan Sherry, very much in control. We'll see how he does on serve here.
Nice cross-court winner, the forehand of Ryan Sherry.
And you see the shot that really set that up. Ryan Sherry's first shot, the third shot that we call in pickleball here, choosing to not go for the full pass, just choosing to dip that ball low and pass Teoni on the second ball here.
And to your point, dipping the ball low, even on that backhand side, getting that ball to dive versus the power.
Yeah, if you can really force your opponent to hit upward on their initial volley, it often opens up a bigger target for you on your second shot. It seems to be the strategy early on for Mr. Sherry.
Ooh, a little deception there from Teoni.
Yeah, I love the play. He initially, knowing that he had to hit up, he chose to play a short volley, forcing Sherry to move. He got the pop-up, was able to put the next one away.
Yeah, and also finding some of the shadows in that backhand side for Ryan Sherry. You can see just on the corner there previously was a really nice return that direction from Teoni.
And you'll notice there from Sherry, he did not return and come in on that one. He will do that from time to time more than some of the other men, return and stay back.
Right now, his physical fitness is being put to the test. Teoni is making a move.
And that may be the game plan for Teoni, knowing how dangerous Sherry is with those passing shots. Sometimes forcing him to move forward changes the trajectory and the angle on those passes.
I'm happy with the contact there.
Yeah, I like the play from Teoni. He just chose to say, hey, if you're going to give me the net, I'll slice it and come in. Missed a makeable volley there, but I think he'll make the next one if Sherry continues to give him the net. And a sorry there from Sherry. Got a little bit of let cord early love from the net. You always like that in your first round matches.
Another point for Ryan Sherry, the number 7 seed, now up 4-0. And again, Pesa Teoni coming out of the qualifier just a day ago. Wow, great depth on that first or second volley there from Teoni to then drop that ball just within the kitchen.
Yeah, and the same pattern. I think if he can get good depth on the first volley, maybe play the next one or look to play one short, he can bring Sherry in on his terms.
Some bigger swings right there from Ryan Sherry.
Yeah, and Sherry again choosing to return and stay back. I think he's waiting to make Teoni prove to him that he can hit some good volleys in an offensive manner.
Wiping off the sweat now. Ryan Sherry's been doing a nice job with his footwork, running around the court to this point.
And I like the return there from Teoni. When you play players that have great passing shots on both their forehand and their backhand, sometimes going right up the middle is the best way to reduce their angle and get a good first volley.
Yeah, you see that so frequently utilized now in the game of pickleball, right? The middle return trying to neutralize some of those angles.
Yeah, just slowing some of these aggressive players down. Middle is sometimes the key.
If you didn't think you were going to come to a geometry lesson this morning, well, Kyle McKenzie's now your math teacher.
Apparently class is in session, and I was terrible at actual math, so don't tell anyone, Cameron.
Oh, but it is such a huge part of pickleball, right? As it is in tennis as well, trying to limit those angles.
Yeah, so much strategy in singles takes place before you even start the point.
Oh, beautiful shot right there from Teoni. But I'm glad that you just said that, because now it's the follow-up question. So what are some of the things that have to get done before you ever even step onto the court in terms of strategizing, maybe after this point?
Well, yeah, absolutely. So the serve and the return are so much more important in singles. So Sherry in his mind here is thinking, is he going to serve to the forehand, into the body, into the backhand, and then he can anticipate where that return may go. And now he's thinking kind of the same sort of thing on his passing shot. Where does a player maybe have a weaker volley, or just sometimes going right at them reduce their ability to move you?
A lot of forethought, as Ryan Sherry's forethought seems to be working in his favor, now up 5-0. So Teoni's going to take a timeout here. Our lead official is going to be Brenda Ali, excuse me, and Daya Viada. That is our second official. We'll be back with more from Championship Court.
Yeah, and I think for Teoni to get going here, it's just fundamentals. I think he needs to put more pressure on Sherry with better approach shots and just a solid deep first volley.
Not enough shape on that two-handed backhand.
But, you know, sometimes just putting balls in play from Teoni's perspective, when you can just make your opponent work a little bit more often, sometimes good things happen for you.
He's got the first point on his scoreboard. Seems to be hitting those one-hand backhands just a bit wide or a little bit loose.
Yeah, and that's the choice that the players have on their third shots. They're either going to drop it or they're going to rip it. He's trying to slow things down, just not able to execute right now.
Well, that's a beautiful touch right there from Teoni.
And that has been the one shot that's really, really kept him, close to start here. That drop volley's been effective every time he's attempted it.
Teoni working with the drop volley, to your point, has been highly effective in terms of making Ryan Sherry move. However, he has fended it off well to this point. What a shot from Teoni!
An early highlight reel. You don't see a lot of ATP or around the post shots in singles. A real treat on that one, putting the movement on full display.
I was going to say, I think the spin Ryan Sherry put on that ball actually helped him a little bit. Carving that one around the post. A little bit of a different look in this last rally, both players staying at the baseline.
Yeah, you don't see as many baseline rallies in the men's, pro singles game, but big confidence booster for Teoni to get that one. He's closing the gap here. Looks like a 3-5.
Yeah, 3 straight for Teoni since that timeout. Yeah, nice depth there from Ryan Sherry, kind of fending that off and able to get to the kitchen line.
Yeah, and a smart approach by Sherry there. You can see a little bit of a lack of confidence from Teoni on that backhand side. He's choosing to slow it down. To me, that says he's not as confident going for the passing shot.
Speaking of passing shots, there's a beauty from Sherry.
And that's what Sherry can do. He's so good at threading the needle. These are small targets that these players are hitting out there. He can do it with the best of them.
Did he get it?
Looks like it was called just a little bit wide. Very, very close.
Tough to tell from that angle, so Ryan Sherry's taking it. A nice little hold there on the forehand side to then go cross court.
And this is what's so tough if you're in Teoni's position. Similar return to last time. Last time Sherry went down the line. This time he goes cross court. So again, if I'm in his shoes, focusing on depth on that return, maybe going a little bit more middle to take away Sherry's ability to pass you on that first ball.
So depth and middle, that's the equation for Pesa Teoni to this point. Let's see if he can figure and find that, as well as a little bit on that backhand side as well. But so far, he did have a run of 3 points at this point, so can string some together.
Yeah, things can change very quickly in singles one way or the other.
Just a bit of a miscontact there. You could hear that off the paddle.
Yeah, but credit to Sherry's serve. Notice how close that landed to the line. Depth on the serve, also very, very important.
Well, there's the second one as well. Now Ryan Sherry's in that pattern got 2 of 3 against Teoni.
Yeah, and the last couple backhands he's hit, he's used the one hand. They've been a sharper angle and really tough for Teoni to adjust.
Looking for the lob. I love that. Drop lob. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah,
off the lob.
A drop overhead there. Well, we mentioned that's the shot he's had success with. He figured, why not try it on the overhead too?
I don't know if I've ever seen that before. At least not from a jumping position. Let's put it that way.
I think it's the first time for me as well.
Hey, at least he's got 2 on the highlight reel to this point. Yeah, it's another 4-10 now.
And this is where we're in a big deficit in game 1, knowing that if you lose, you still have the option for game 2. Teoni just needs to find a winning pattern, play free, and just at the very minimum, build some confidence for the second game. Darn near had another highlight reel on that one. Just wide. Sherry here with game point.
(10-4), game point. And the return long. So Ryan Sherry on top. Team that won the challenger level at MLP Mesa just this past week. So big congratulations to them, but some other first-round matchups. Spencer Smith versus Gabriel Joseph, of course. Another interesting is Wami Martinez-Vich versus the #2 seed Devilliers.
Yeah, Vich looked very impressive in the qualifying. Obviously, tough to play.
Yes.
You know, Devilliers first round. That's your prize for getting through. But look for him to push Jay in that one. Okay, and a solid start here for Teoni. He's had some solid returns, good first volleys. He's not trying to do too much. Let's see if he can build off of his early 1-point lead here in game 2.
He talked about depth and then also trying to find some of those middle returns as well in game 1.
Yeah, and that, to me, the approach shots, there weren't that many points, but there were several times in game 1 where Sherry returned and stayed back, and Teoni made an early error, not really forcing Ryan Sherry to work much. He's doing a much better job of cleaning that up early here in game 2.
A thing of beauty, Ryan Sherry. Letting that one roll off the paddle.
Yeah, that's what he can do when he's got it all going. And if you're Teoni, you have to just say that's in the budget. He played a good point, good return, good first volley. Sherry just was able to run around, find a forehand, and come up with that highlight reel shot.
Side out.
And that's also a little bit in the budget for Ryan Sherry, too. He has had some very aggressive service pressure, finding that back or the baseline pretty effectively to this point, even with the missed serve there.
Side out.
Yeah, more allowable to miss a serve once in a while in singles because it's such a weapon when you can get it deep and you want to put pressure on that return at all times.
Side out.
Looks like Sherry had the opening up the line, just a little bit late, mistimed that one. 2-1 here early in game 2 for Teoni.
2-1.
That's hard to carve that ball with that shape from the baseline.
Yeah, that's been the winning pattern, and I think it's going to continue to be where Sherry goes when he approaches. It doesn't look like Teoni's really figured out how to pass comfortably on that backhand side yet.
Side out.
And you hear Ryan Sherry on the stream miss hit right there, and I think you're right because he actually took a pretty phenomenal step there to get in front of that ball.
Yeah, he had the opening for the winner, but he was pulled to the side. Looks like he just got barely overstretched just a little.
Point.
Nice serve from Teoni. With the increase in paddle technology, sometimes these balls, they just don't even bounce. They just skid, especially when you're serving with depth like that.
It's not always true and can certainly favor the aggressive player. So there's another return to the Teoni backhand, but it wasn't right in the corner. What I'd love to see him do is be a little more bold with his footwork and try to make as many of those balls of forehand as he's able to just disrupt the strategy of Sherry trying to find his backhand.
So what does bold footwork look like?
Well, I think you have to be a little more extreme of shading to that side even before the return goes there and giving up more space on your forehand side.
Side out.
Tried to quicken the pace there. Little short hop.
Yeah, again, tough to come up with that much angle when your opponent isn't giving you much. Good execution and good game plan from Teoni on that point.
So Teoni on top, 3-2. And a second one. The layup for Teoni.
I think he's starting a trend here, Cameron. Might be a shot I'm going to need to add in my game. He's 2 for 2.
4-2, 1 minute.
One on one side, one on the other side. It's like a tip dunk.
A fast recovery.
You've still got the bar across things. Sorry, just.
Excellent angle on that first volley from Ryan Sherry. Earns himself the side out here, trailing a little bit, 2-4 here in the second. Teoni sticking with the game plan of going deep middle on that return, just slightly overcooked that one.
Point.
Just deep is the call from Ryan Sherry.
It's
Teoni
so
gotta
tough.
check.
That's the ride that you line, the line that you ride rather. When you're returning, you know, obviously go for depth, but if you get a little bit greedy, you don't want to give away those 3 points either.
Point.
And that ball just getting behind Teoni there on the volley. That's tough, playing that ball behind your hip.
5-4. Point.
Yeah, is a call from Ryan Sherry.
And that's what he does as well as anyone. Such good usage of his non-dominant left hand here. It's tough to tell, but there's so much topspin on that ball to allow that cross-court angle to open up.
Point.
And that ball, if you just missed it off the edge of your screen, I believe was wide for Ryan Sherry.
And this is where Teoni just needs to make Ryan Sherry play a little bit more, aim for bigger targets for the first couple of points, and not give it away so easily.
Side out.
Casual for Teoni. Just rolling it in.
Yeah, really set everything up with a great first short volley. Again, bringing him forward has been successful throughout the match. We'll see if he can string together a few points here.
Gotta love the effort, though, from Ryan Sherry. He goes all out all the time, in every phase of his life.
Side out.
Yeah, he's not a half in, half out type personality in any way. It certainly shows that on the pickleball court.
There's only one speed for Ryan Sherry. That's full force.
8-4.
Tries to get tricky there. Working a little inside out. He had plenty of space up the line, but
Yeah, I think that's the first one that brought short where he had some options, maybe tried to be a little too fancy with that one. Teoni wasn't fooled.
he was actually there so fast he could get a forehand all the way on the backhand side.
Side out.
And again, it seems like that's been the winning pattern again for Ryan Sherry. If he's able to return to that backhand, force Teoni to have to pass on that side, his percentages have been much lower on the backhand side compared to the forehand.
That is just an unbelievable point for Teoni in terms of just perfect in every single contact. It started right there with the return, then finding some space, and yet again, the cross-court ball from Teoni. Each contact better than the last.
Yeah, if you can get your opponent moving with those volleys, normally you'll have an opportunity to finish the point.
Side out.
Trying to slide into that one is Teoni, but not able to get a paddle on it.
Sherry says, you're not the only one that can stick a volley around here. They made that look very easy, but it certainly was not.
Point.
Thank you, net, says Ryan Sherry.
Yeah, and that again, that's what Sherry's known for. Those short angles, he's able to dip that first one, then this second ball. He really has Teoni on a string, can go either way, and Teoni's kind of forced to guess on that second ball.
9-4.
9-4 now.
Point.
It's interesting, too, because when you're talking short angles, you know, so much of the singles game, you talk about depth and trying to keep your opponent at the baseline, but there's still plenty of danger with short angles.
Yeah, once they do start coming up, depth isn't obviously as effective. So I think at that point, the strategy changes to maybe hitting it slower or with more spin to the edges.
It's great in terms of point construction.
Side out.
Nice angle.
So good. Certainly the tougher of the two shots. That's why Ryan Sherry's leaving that open, but Teoni able to execute there.
Yeah, throughout the day, we got to have a little conversation about shading and where you kind of want your court positioning to be on certain shots, because I think there's not enough conversation in that regard, especially in the game of singles, at least online yet.
Yeah, it definitely plays a part.
Point.
That'll be a big confidence booster for Teoni. Hopefully it's not too little too late, but really thread the needle beautifully on the two-handed backhand cross court there.
Teoni looking into the sun now. 5-10 is your score.
Side out.
Quality first volley by Sherry. Creates a difficult pass across his body for Teoni there.
10-5. Oh, excuse me. Recall.
And we've got 10-5 match point here.
Side out.
Another side out for Teoni. He's been spending a few minutes on the court alongside Connor Garnett this past week here in Arizona. So many of our athletes staying
Point.
since MLP. Getting some extra training in. Many staying in homes with pickleball courts. So they didn't even have to go anywhere to get some practice games in.
6-10.
6-10 now.
Certainly a perk of playing pro tournaments here in the Phoenix area.
Point.
Looks like it was called just wide there by Ryan Sherry, but some promising looking backhands the last few points from Teoni. Really like it when he just sets his feet and rips on that side.
I didn't call a score yet. Sorry.
No score had been called yet.
No.
That is no longer called as a fault. So Ryan Sherry will get a reserve. He's got to find the ball first. I'm not sure those two individuals weren't wearing it.
10-6.
Match point.
Stop. You can't hold the ball. He held the ball in his racket. It's a double, quadruple hand. He knows it. It's a quadruple hand.
And Sherry's complaining here, saying earlier in the point that Teoni carried one of his shots.
I mean, come on.
What did you see? Carry. Carry? Okay. That was a carry. That was a carry. Point. Game match.
Call it yourself, man. That's bullshit. Call that.
Without a doubt, well, Hayden Patriquin again starting to get warmed up. He's on the near side of your screen. DJ Young on the far.
Side out.
So give me some strategy and scouting report for both of these players. What are they going to both look to do?
You know, both of these players have very well-rounded games, meaning they both play doubles at a high level and maybe have more experience on the doubles side. I wouldn't classify either one of them as, you know, just a pure ball striker, though they hit the ball well. So look for angles, look for a little bit more variety, throwing in the third shot drop, looking to move forward, and using some of their touch and feel at the net.
Missed return from Patriquin.
Patriquin looking to go cross court. I think he's going to try to test the DJ Young backhand passing shot. We'll see how effective that is in this match.
Just tagging the sideline is Patriquin.
Side out.
Might have played that one a little closer to the line than he intended, but no matter. He gets the point, or gets the side out rather.
Beautiful from Hayden Patriquin right there, finding the cross-court winner.
Yeah, great disguise. You see how long he held that. He got Young to actually move to the line and guess incorrectly. Nice disguise there from Patriquin.
1-2.
And especially as you're moving, that line becomes that much quicker coming your direction. Got to protect against that. That one flies off the paddle of Patriquin using the Franklin.
Yeah, tried to hit that one, looked like at full pace. That's a little tougher to do when the return is short and low. Sometimes you have to take a little bit off that to open up the angles.
Side out.
Again, forcing into the guess is DJ Young.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I think Young is being a little too premature with guessing. It's a fine line between guessing and anticipating. You don't want to leave home too early. We'll see if he makes that adjustment as the match progresses here.
Great shape as that ball just dives under the paddle of Young.
Yeah, you can see the dip, and when they can get that shape, as you mentioned, Cameron, it makes the volley so much more difficult.
Way to step in, Hayden Patriquin.
Yeah, it seems like what we're noticing is a commitment to move forward and really test that backhand on his first passing shot.
3-2.
And right now, DJ Young is kind of laying up some short balls just into the middle of the court.
Yeah, we talked about the value in going to middle, but you really have to have that depth. Really opens up the angles when it's short middle. Let's see if he can get a little more depth on his returns.
Well, and there's the disparity between the two, right? One right after the other in terms of the depth of return towards the middle.
2-4.
2-4. There's a forehand winner from DJ Young.
Yeah, a little bit more of the same. A little too short on the return from Patriquin. He was sliding over to cover the open court. Smart shot by Young going back behind him there.
Make it 4-4. Young nodding things up.
Never a great miss to miss the return in the net, because even if it does go over, it's probably going to be short and not what you're looking for.
Yeah, there's a better way to miss, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you really almost do have to look at it in those terms when you're training, where there is a good and a bad miss.
5-4.
Trying to carve that ball back to the interior is Young, but not enough on the knife.
Yeah, when you see when the quality of the return is high, it really makes that pass difficult.
These rallies seem a little bit short right now in terms of Patriquin coming in and dictating just from the kitchen line.
Yeah, I think both players are struggling getting depth on the return, and that's really favoring the server with a good first pass. And that is the adjustment. These guys are obviously very strong doubles players, but you can get away with some shorter returns in doubles. You're much more punished for it in singles, so you have to take a little more risk there.
Yeah, doubles, you got somebody else at least standing up at the net with fantastic hands at that level, fending off. It's not the easiest thing, don't get me wrong. Short returns are not fun. You're going to get blasted in that regard. Dropping the paddle is Hayden Patriquin. Just look at that angle.
Receiver,
that thing is
7-5,
so
1 minute,
gnarly.
8-5.
That's
Back out of the timeout. The young man is jumping up and down, as he should, because he's got the advantage right now over DJ Young. 8-5. There's a return with a lot more depth, keeping Patriquin at the baseline.
Yeah, good weight transfer of pushing off his back leg through the stroke to give himself that depth, but also to propel himself to the kitchen line to be able to make a good first volley.
And back-to-back for DJ Young.
Yeah, Young
timeout he needed.
Right back at you. He's been beat with that inside-out forehand from Patriquin. Gave him a little taste of his own medicine there.
And another. Exactly. Someone has found the recipe, because he's definitely given him a taste.
Yeah, both these players utilizing the inside-out forehand. You know, it's a diagonal shot, so there's a little bit more distance, allowing you to hit it harder and still get that spin and keep the ball on the court.
So DJ Young doing a nice job since the timeout. He's found 2 back now.
7-8.
Down 1. And you can see how Patriquin started to shade that direction, kept the return also a little bit more middle.
Yep.
Didn't give him as much of an angle. Worked in his favor. And Young says, I've had enough. Get out of here, young buck.
And that time Young did guess correctly in that cat and mouse exchange, was able to sit on that cross-court ball and ultimately put the next one away.
And it is 8-8 now, but I do have to say too, DJ Young, one of the longer players on tour, appears to be using his length as his advantage also at the kitchen line.
Yeah, going to make him tougher to pass than most with that extended reach, absolutely.
That one just teed up on a platter for Patriquin.
Yeah, Patriquin got a little fortunate with the let cord to set himself up there.
Nice hustle from Patriquin, and he's huffing and puffing to get back to the baseline. He was working hard.
Yeah, and I like the location he went for on that pass up at the kitchen line. Looked like Young had the line covered, but he put it just high enough and found that tight little window to make it uncomfortable.
Mr. Turn gives game point to Patriquin, 10-8.
Side out.
Ooh.
Yeah, he had an opening, but again, we've talked about it. When the return is middle and deep and you're trying to go for a clean winner, it's very easy for those balls to slide a little bit wide on you.
I like the idea, though, because he had been working so much inside out there. Ooh, right at the right foot. Tried to find the tweener.
Yeah, I like the idea by Young there. It looked like he was opting for a drop rather than a drive. Just left it a little bit high, and Patriquin was able to hit down at the feet on that volley.
Point game. 11-8. Switch ends. This is game 2. Time in.
To Desert Ridge for the Carvana PPA Tour. Second stop now in 2023. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie. Kyle's been doing a phenomenal job giving you all the ins and outs of the men's singles game. We've been talking a lot about depth of return and also location. Trying to find a lot of shape on that is Patriquin, but better job dictating terms is DJ Young finding the kitchen.
Yeah, good leave there by DJ Young, recognizing that pass was just going to fly a little bit on Patriquin there. And I like the choice from Young there. Had a lot of success with that forehand going inside out in game 1, keeping Patriquin honest by pulling it inside in. Excellent pass there to start. And a great stretch by Young to extend that play, but too good in the cat and mouse exchange there by Patriquin.
You have one. Oh, sorry. My bad.
Making sure we have the score correct now. Patriquin was going, I didn't think I had earned one yet. Another side out for DJ Young to this point.
Yeah, even though Patriquin missed that backhand, you can see he's getting some good action, good shape on that two-hander. It really opens up to be able to pass on either side.
Side out.
Plenty of shape on that one for Patriquin.
Yeah, Young looking to incorporate some of his double skills by dropping and moving forward, but you have to move in on a higher quality shot than that. When it's too high, it's just not good enough at this level.
So when you're looking at third shot drop in singles, where exactly are you looking to locate that ball? Is it on the exterior? Is it in the middle? Like, how do the angles change maybe after this point?
Sure. So good.
I was
Look
say,
at the shape of that.
Right there.
Looked like it was going to go out because it crossed the net so high, but he had plenty of topspin.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say to your question earlier, it's a little bit player dependent on where you play that drop. I'd say for most people, you obviously want to drop to the backhand. They generally have a little bit less reach and are less dangerous if you can get that ball to bounce.
0-2.
That one took quite a hop. That's tough, too, from the baseline when you change that arm angle.
Yeah, very, very challenging. You talk about that decision to drop or drive. Generally, when you're lacking that spacing, you're not going to be able to hit an effective enough drive. Might have opted for a drop if I was in Patriquin's shoes on that last one.
Side out.
It's a little too much of that one.
Yeah, he's getting plenty of spin, but it looks like the ball's just coming off the paddle a little too high for both the drops and the drives. He's going to have to change his target and play with a little more risk lower to the net, I think.
I love what I just saw from DJ Young. He short hopped that return and got to the net wildly quick.
And we talked about the anticipation too. Patriquin was beating him with that inside out drop. Young was there to cover it, leaving more line exposed because he's making Patriquin beat him with some different options.
So DJ Young out to a better start here in game 2, now up 3-0. And what complimentary pickleball right there. That was gorgeous from DJ Young, taking that backspin and using it to his advantage.
Yeah, that's going to be a big confidence builder for him. That was a really good return by Patriquin, deep to the backhand, and Young says, hey, I can come up with some highlight reels on this side too. Me is already kind of guessing the direction of some of Patriquin's favorite patterns.
Yeah.
I think he's going to have to keep him honest a little bit with varying those. And again, you can see the immense amount of shape that Young is getting on his passes. That ball cleared the net relatively high, but was able to get enough dip to bring that down in the court.
Young working with the Carbon Pickleball Power Series, I believe. You see the lead tape as well along the length of his paddle, giving him some extra pop. Patriquin was doing such a nice job at the kitchen line, but just got too much on that last two-handed backhand.
Yeah, I like the idea from Patriquin there to be aggressive, but when you're up and your opponent's back, you never want to aim too close to the lines because it's just an unnecessary risk that you don't need to be taking.
Talking about some bigger targets in terms of passing shots for DJ Young. Maybe some bigger targets are in need for Patriquin, even while standing at the kitchen line. There's another ball. That's the second we've seen. Beautiful cross-court winner on the two-hand backhand from DJ Young.
Yeah, absolutely. And to me, I've got a rule when I play that I make opponent beat me with their weaker side twice before I change up my strategy. That's the second time. If I'm Patriquin, I'm going to look to go a little bit more middle, again, to take away that angle, get into some more points, and then adjust from there.
I love that. So you already have made up in your mind, hey, if it's going twice, you got to beat me twice before I make my adjustment.
You know, I have more of a science approach when I'm playing, but that's what works for me.
So you go full science, but no math. We've learned. Right. No geometry for Kyle McKenzie.
You've got me figured out now.
So 10-0 right now, DJ Young. Completely different story here in game number 2. He's got game point.
Yeah, Young using some length there to extend that point, but ultimately too good at angles there by Patriquin. And like we talked about in the last match, when you're down big, but you know there's going to be another game, this is where you just play free, you experiment maybe, try to find some patterns that work that can carry into that deciding next game.
Well, maybe that's the one right there. Point on the side of Hayden Patriquin. 110 now. See if he can find a pattern that's going to work in his favor. Tries to go with the same thing, to your point.
Yeah, he's been working the inside out. I do think he's going to have to try some of those inside in or like that backhand up the line. If nothing else, just to show Young that he's capable of both, to keep him guessing.
And he holds him there as well. So DJ Young picking up game number 2, 11-1. DJ Young was victorious in game 2, pushing Patriquin 11-1. Game 3 starting now. This is the Carvana PPA Tour. Nice job by young Patriquin.
And we talked about one of the differences between singles and doubles is in doubles, reflexes and those fast hands matter so much. We saw a little bit of that on display from Patriquin in that one.
That was a big stroke right there from Patriquin.
Yeah, I think he was pretty surprised that Young was able to come up with such a quality shot back across his body. Looked like Patriquin was in complete control at that point, but a beautiful shot by Young there.
0-1.
And this is where, again, it seems counterintuitive, but Young has had such a nice rhythm on the middle returns, and he's really hitting the backhand well. Sometimes it throws your opponent off when you go to their strength originally. Let's see if he does it here.
Tries to get tricky with it.
And right on cue, looked like Patriquin took that initial return, just showing a different look to Young by going to the forehand, able to get the side out.
Side out.
Nice change of pace there from DJ Young.
And both these guys are kind of known for their competitive demeanor, just being cool and collected. They make it look easy out there. Very casual with an amazing volley right there from Young.
I think the entire internet's hoping for another Hayden Patriquin finger wag.
Yeah, again, we saw that in the Sherry match. You know, able to get enough dip on the original pass to force Patriquin to hit up, and then he has a lot more time to prepare for his next shot. And it's so tough when you're Patriquin. It almost feels like you have to guess which way your opponent is going on the second one.
Side
He's
out.
not old enough to gamble quite yet, but maybe he's going to find himself at the roulette table.
Well, when you have
Poker
beautiful
table.
returns like the last one, you don't have to
You don't
gamble
gotta
as
go.
much. So more of the same from him there.
Side out.
Yeah, not able to get the spacing. I think he could have shown a little better footwork on that second ball. He got the dipping ball he wanted here, but a little too close to the ball there to execute a good shot.
Yeah, he had to stand up a bit there. Patriquin showing just a little bit of frustration, just with the body language.
Well, and we talked about, you know, good misses, bad misses, bottom of the net here.
Yeah.
Certainly needs to give himself a little bit more margin of error.
Side out.
No, stop it, DJ Young telling himself.
He knew he let Patriquin get away with a pretty poor return there. Let's see if Patriquin can build on that. This is his opportunity.
It's looking a little bit more towards the direction of Patriquin. I think back to game number 1 where there was a rally. Patriquin going up the line on that.
What I'm seeing is, you know, Patriquin a few times has been a little jumpy on the return. He seems to be very worried about getting all the way up to the net. His weight transfer's a little off. He just needs to take his time just a little bit more to secure a good return.
Patriquin had his track shoes on and fends one off.
That point, it had a little bit of everything. Patriquin was in control. Then it looked like he'd lost it and gets a little bit of a gift on that backhand volley from Young there.
This is, I think, the moment where both athletes try and drop the ball a little bit, walk around, try and catch the breath. We've seen a few missed returns in that regard.
2-4, 1 minute.
It's also Patriquin's favorite shot, so we'll see who can mix it up and who can be more effective with that pattern.
You saw who's next up here on championship court. It's Connor Garnett versus Federico Staksrud, the matchup everyone was looking for round number 2. We're gonna show it to you and have some fun.
Excited for that one, absolutely.
So Patriquin adds an additional. Make it 2 straight for the 12 seed.
And that's the challenge of returning cross court with DJ Young. He's got more court to cover, and he was just a little wrong-footed with Patriquin going behind him there.
Make it 3 straight. Found something in that timeout, did Patriquin.
Yeah, looks like he's getting more depth on the serve, which has given him a couple of errors. Better job of creating space with his feet there.
DJ Young has dropped 4 straight. He needs to find something now. Make it 5 straight. There's the inside out. We talked about patterns. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie. That inside out for both these players. Very effective for young Patriquin there.
Young played a great return, but to me, I'm going to be leaning, taking away that inside out shot. Make him beat you with the other one. Right on cue here.
Yeah, that was perfectly done right there. Nice adjustment. Young getting the ball back now. Again, trying to drop. Backhand side.
And I think that's the right shot. You know, him trying to pass on that ball probably would have been overhitting. He's trying to work the point, just unable to convert there.
Nothing you can do with the amount of dip on that ball from Patriquin.
An impressive variety. Not only did he go inside in, but you're right. It was how low he was able to get that ball. Really changed the volley from Young.
Wow. Just off the bounce, I think that was a good example right there. Just how much spin is on the ball. Go back and check that and the direction that ball bounced. And that is perfect play from Hayden Patriquin. He goes inside in and then goes inside out on back-to-back rallies.
Yeah, and he's trying to find the backhand of Patriquin, but when you go with angle, you give angle, and paid the price for that one.
Trying to cuff that ball with his wrist. So match goes to Hayden Patriquin. Scarpa will get us started.
0-0.
Played tennis at Mercer University. Out of Georgia, at least the university is. He's originally out of South Carolina.
Yeah, showing some good foot speed on that first one. Most of the time players would have to drop that second ball. He was able to get up there fast enough to stay on the offensive.
Missing the volley is Devilliers. Residing in Kansas now.
2-0.
Wichita State. Go Shockers.
Devilliers moves extremely well, especially for a bigger guy. I believe he's 6'3", known to be one of the tougher players to pass once he gets up to the kitchen line.
0-2.
And I mentioned that, you know, Devilliers doesn't have a weapon that defines him. If he does have one, it may be that one-handed backhand. He can use both one. He's capable of using one and two hands on the backhand, but certainly has one of the prettiest one-handers on tour.
Well, I was going to say the same thing because I'm going that one-hand backhand. I feel like I see from Devilliers. I'm like, that thing is a weapon.
You know, a year or two ago, he used his two-hander more often, but I think he's realized that the one-hander actually creates, you know, a better pass.
And why do you think that is?
Yeah, and I think he can make contact with the ball a little bit early. I think visually, it's a little tougher to see where it's going.
I think that might have just hit off the toe of that Vulcan paddle.
4-1.
So
Side out.
Miss serve.
yeah, and we talked about this in other matches. You know, you're going to miss some serves. I don't love that he missed his serve wide, though. If you're going to miss it, I'd rather it be deep, going for an exceptionally deep serve.
Fun fact about Devilliers, I talked to him just a week ago. Man has 3 degrees. As he finds one there. Get this. He spent so much time at school. He has a degree in international business. Of course, he is from Paris, France originally.
3-4.
Marketing as well as management. So he can do just about whatever he wants after he's done with the pickleball.
Well, I learned something new today. Obviously, very smart guy, very impressive. And you see how comfortable Devilliers is up at the kitchen line. Great anticipation. Understands the geometry of probability of going which direction for his opponents. Yeah, excellent first volley from Anderson Scarpa there. See, not only was he able to get good depth, was able to move Devilliers into the corner there.
He did have a 4-1 advantage. However, Devilliers put a few points back on the board.
4-4.
Number 2 versus number 15 seed.
Side out.
Yeah, and that's where, you know, Anderson Scarpa is going to have a little bit more discipline at when to go for the pass. If you're not balanced, you don't have your feet underneath you, it's sometimes better to simply just drop it and wait for a better shot.
The ball just wide of the court. So Devilliers did a nice job from the baseline.
Point.
Yeah, doing a great job of not going for the winner every time, but if you can make your opponent stretch for those volleys, it really, really makes them much more difficult to execute again.
Side out.
That comes with confidence, though, right? And knowing that you can still maintain with throughout a rally. I feel like at times when you feel like you've got to thread the needle or go for the winner, it's because you're not necessarily trusting the rest of your game.
Exactly, exactly. I think when you know that you're stringing together combinations of shots, you're much more likely to play within yourself.
Point for Anderson Scarpa, and watch his wrist angle on this next serve. It's a little bit unique, and I'm curious to see what your thoughts are on it. And maybe I'm crazy here, but just visually, it looks as if he draws his wrist really far back on his pull.
Yeah, it's more of a tennis thing where you kind of load that wrist a little bit. You don't see that as often in pickleball. I think he's just probably carrying that over from his tennis days would be my guess.
Just getting a little extra on that lever, right?
Cock that up and ready to release it.
5-5.
After hours of watching pickleball, you start to pick up on some of the little nuances. Nice ball there from Scarpa.
Yeah, and I like that play. Somebody who covers the court so well, going back behind Devilliers to the forehand side might be the best choice when he has a neutral volley and where to take it.
That ball spun right into the hip of Scarpa.
Yeah, he had the up the line open. It just looked like he wasn't able to hit that ball clean there.
And to your point, the exact same thing.
Yeah, good depth. It's very awkward for the players that are so good at hitting these passes. It's sometimes uncomfortable moving to your strength, which is usually the forehand. So sometimes when players go there often, it throws off your patterns just a little bit.
Here's a look at it again. Shallow return from Devilliers, paying dividends on the side of Scarpa.
Yeah, absolutely. Anderson Scarpa getting some good spin on that one. Cleared the net pretty high, was able to get enough dip to keep that in the court. And an amazing point by Anderson Scarpa, not only putting the shot making on full display, but the movement really showcasing what an athlete he is out here.
7-5.
Hashtag athlete, Anderson Scarpa. Trying to remember the pole that was getting pushed around. What was it? Would you rather be athletic or powerful? Was that it going around?
Fast hands are powerful.
Fast hands are powerful this week.
You know, and I don't think the fast hands is going to matter as much in singles.
No.
So for that question, I'd have to go with the power if it's a singles question.
Or athletic.
That's true.
Slapping that down is Scarpa.
Yeah, every now and then when you return short, sometimes by accident, it actually ends up being a tougher pass for your opponent. I think he got a little fortunate with a slightly shorter return, but still making Devilliers move out here.
And Scarpa just took a little bit of a tumble there, caught the edge of his toe. Hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, fortunately it looks like he's doing all right. We've all been there when we're flying around the court, right?
No, I've never been there. So sure-footed.
Yeah, I think Scarpa went out of his way to change direction on that one. Probably didn't need to. The natural volley would have just been to push that up the line.
Devilliers testing both sides of Scarpa's body right there and goes back-to-back for points. It's 7-all.
7-7.
Devilliers finding some really nice angles and plenty of power to challenge Scarpa. He has the 1-point advantage. This one has been tight from the beginning. Devilliers facing off against Anderson Scarpa. We're in game 1 action. Devilliers with a 1-point advantage. Great footwork there from Devilliers, recovering from those one-hand backhands, set himself up beautifully.
Yeah, and you know, Anderson Scarpa's had some success hitting volleys to the forehand side of Devilliers, but I think he's going out of his way to try to do it at the wrong times right now. I think he's got to wait for him to have a more neutral ball to find that opening.
So make it one more for the number 2 seed, who now has game point.
10-7.
Whoa, right place, right time for Devilliers in the transition zone. 11-7. Take a look at this one. Devilliers tossing up the pickleball right now as he is about to serve to start game number 2 versus Anderson Scarpa. Men's singles action here at the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Open in Phoenix, Arizona. Court presented by Baird, but also presented by Foot Solutions.
Devilliers trying to go for that cross-court pass on the forehand. Looked like maybe just needed one more step to get that ball in front of him.
Devilliers putting Scarpa in a box right there. That was the only shot he could have even tried to attempt.
Yeah, more than one way to move your opponent, not just laterally. Sometimes bringing them in on your own terms is a smart play.
Devilliers right now testing the backhand side of Scarpa on the first 2 rallies.
Yeah, and a beautiful pass there. It wasn't just that it was to the backhand side, but very low, dipping below the net. Really made it a tough volley.
Great placement and extension there from Devilliers. Ooh, that was the thing of beauty.
Yeah, really showing his court coverage. Was able to, a couple of those backhands, just take a big step and get back to neutral when it looked like Scarpa was well in control of the point.
That didn't go Devilliers' way, but you did see kind of the scouting report for Devilliers. We talked about it in the break. Give us just a little bit of a glance as to the court positioning of Devilliers.
Yeah, well, I think there's a couple of different types of dangerous passers. Some people hit those clean winners. Other people make you stretch, and then they instantly close in and move forward. It puts extra pressure on the volley because you feel like your opponent, who you think is on defense, is coming into play offense. Devilliers does that as well as anyone.
Nice step and a half from Devilliers to finish.
And you see how challenging it is to pass Devilliers with that reach up at the kitchen line. And he is feeling it now. We talked about if there was a weapon or certainly a flashy shot, it's that beautiful one-handed backhand. Didn't hit that one at full pace, took a little pace off, disguised it well for the clean winner.
4-0.
Thank you, net, says Anderson Scarpa.
It's definitely a nice way to stop a run from your opponents, getting a little let cord there. Let's see what he can do as far as getting on the board here in game 2.
Tit for tat right there. 1 for 1. Devilliers getting one back.
4-0.
Apologizing, of course. Devilliers, just one of the great personalities on tour. ATP for Devilliers. He says, what, are you not entertained, championship court?
And you know, it was a tougher ATP than a lot of other ones. Really wasn't wide open. He thread the needle perfectly for a highlight reel.
Devilliers, again, one of the fan favorites here on the Carvana PPA Tour. And Scarpa says, all right, not so fast, Devilliers. I'm getting him back on my side. He does have a 5-point advantage, though, does the number 2 seed here in game number 2, as well as game number 1 in his pocket.
And Devilliers showing some of the variety that he has. Threw in the little dump volley in that point to maintain control. And like I mentioned early, he maybe doesn't have obvious weapons like some of the other top guys, but really can do so many things out here on the singles court.
Oh, and they thought, Scarpa thought he was going to go for another ATP like he had just done. Nice execution there and forethought from Devilliers.
Yeah, he held that till the last second, got Scarpa to lean one way and went back behind him the other way.
And you got to watch out when he starts going with those calls. You know Devilliers is feeling himself.
Yeah, he's feeling good right now. He's got it all working. We'll see what Scarpa can do to slow him down here.
I mean, what do you do when someone's in such a fantastic rhythm?
Yeah, I think you just try to make them beat you with a different shot. The challenge is that Devilliers has beat you with a variety of different shots. So sometimes you just have to try to weather the storm, focus on what you can control, good deep returns. And if they're passing you on both sides, I've said this many times, but middle is not a bad choice when it seems that they've got everything working.
Well, back to back, it was the thunder and then the lightning from Devilliers adds another 2. Scarpa closing out.
Yeah, a couple of nice volleys there. You see the court coverage from Devilliers, though, with his length. He's able to sometimes just take a big step and cover these difficult volleys.
Devilliers is not going to be making too many friends if he keeps doing that.
Well, we mentioned he's feeling himself a little bit. Sometimes it's just one of those days where it's all working.
Just roll in your direction. Are you kidding me? Devilliers, Scarpa, I just got to say, I don't know what he did to the ball beforehand, but this thing, I mean, that's 3 let cords going his direction.
Yeah, and I don't know if Scarpa can play a better point, and he still doesn't win it.
I feel helpless for him again. ATP on the opposite side. Timeout. What can Devilliers not do?
10-0.
And to your point again, Devilliers closing out, finding that backhand punch just in the transition zone, but Scarpa finding the line. Devilliers giving him some love, saying nice shot.
And again, showing the variety that he has in his game. He easily could have rolled that volley to either one of the corners, choosing to bring Scarpa in.
And the short hop winner for Devilliers again. Just absolute magic off his paddle.
In the tour here, so we'll see if he can keep that going.
And that does mean, of course, as this one is still underway, JW Jansen, number 4 versus 13. Rettenmeier will now face Federico Staksrud, the number 4 seed, as he took down Connor Garnett.
And one thing I'm looking for here, Cameron, is just a contrast, not just in playing styles, but in really personalities on the court. Joseph, known to be fiery out there, definitely wears his heart on his sleeve. Much more of a stoic personality from JW Jansen as he competes here.
Stoic, but probably one of the most competitive people that you will meet, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Just because you're not loud and boisterous doesn't mean there's not an inner fire burning. Clearly there is, if you look at his results and what he's been able to accomplish so far in his young pro pickleball career.
JW Jansen on the near side of your screen, Gabriel Joseph on the far.
1-1.
Trying to find that two-handed backhand, and this is a great example. Just watch the body language there from Gabriel Joseph as he misses that shot. The head tilts back as he walks slowly back to the baseline. And I don't mean that as a bad thing either. Everybody has their own style and nuance that they bring to the court.
No, I mean, as a coach, I tell people you got to be yourself out there,
Yeah,
right?
do.
Obviously, you have to constrain it if you have a little bit of a temper, but you got to be yourself. You don't want to act like anything non-authentic out there. You probably won't play your best if you try to.
JW Jansen doing a nice job just to get a paddle on that ball.
Yeah, excellent first volley from Joseph there.
1-2.
JW Jansen, even though he seems casual with some of those punches and those late little reaches, he's doing some nice job with the ball placement.
Yeah, and Joseph, even though he's not able to come up with that last pass, you see the kind of court coverage that he's capable of back at the baseline. Makes his opponents come up with several quality volleys to win the point.
Not able to get underneath that one. You saw the right foot really extended on that crossover step.
Yeah, I think he just didn't anticipate how short that was going to land. Yeah. In hindsight, probably a half more step closer to the ball would have put him in a better position for that pass. I think on that two-handed backhand, when you see players start to hinge at the waist and lean forward, it's usually a reflection of footwork and just misjudging where the ball was going to be.
As opposed to the opposite body position, which would be?
Keeping your back a little more straight and bending with your legs.
Side out.
2 apiece and a side out for JW Jansen. Also, Christian Alshon took down Rafa Hewitt, the number 8 seed, so he will now face Ben Johns, the number 1.
And Alshon, you know, one of the guys in the draw that has enough talent, has enough game and confidence to potentially push Johns. Excited to see that one a little bit later.
Yeah, as a reminder, Christian Alshon having a really nice Masters event just a few weeks ago, taking down Tyson McGuffin, the big name. Bad bounce off the let cord for JW Jansen.
Yeah, sometimes the let cord can enhance it. That time, unfortunately, for JW Jansen, just pulled it a little bit wide.
2-4. Side out.
So how would you define JW Jansen's scouting report in terms of singles? Besides just his composure, we talk about that so often, but what does he bring after this point?
Yeah, I think, you know, at his core, he's an elite ball striker. And he's an elite ball striker on forehand and backhand, but he's obviously an amazing doubles player as well. So he can do more than just rip passing shots, but I think at his identity, that's probably what he does best.
So great ball striker. There's the return. He struck that one a little too hard.
I might have jinxed him a little bit on that one.
3-4.
Score is 3-4 as an update. And on the opposing side, how would you define Gabriel Joseph?
Yeah, so I think he's got a little bit more flash, not just in his game, but in his personality. I would say he can pass on both sides, but the two-handed backhand is probably the strength of the 2 shots.
And a second missed return for JW Jansen. Seems like both players trying to find some rhythm and also a pattern to their name.
Neither player's found their best so far. They're giving away a lot of returns. I think they're just still kind of feeling their way into this match.
Maybe that's the start of something for Gabriel Joseph.
Yeah, nice little fist bump out of him. I think the louder you hear him getting in a positive way, that's really going to spark the fire and give him his best chance in this match.
6-4.
And he's not shy to the slide or to the out call. 7-4.
Timeout. 7-4. Come on. 1 minute.
You know, and I know that JW Jansen, you know, known.
The Carvana PPA Tour is home to 60 touring pros. So many just exclusive on this incredible tour. Two of which you've got JW Jansen versus Gabriel Joseph right now. Men's professional singles action underway on this Thursday. The women will be taking the court as well as the afternoon continues on.
Side out.
Both Ben Johns and Annalie Waters looking for another Triple Crown as they found their first in 2023 at the Masters event.
4-8. Side out.
Yeah, just looks like, you know, JW Jansen just hasn't really found his game yet so far. Anytime when I'm struggling a little bit, I give myself just a little bit bigger target. Still go for your shots confidently, but maybe don't aim quite as close to the lines when you can kind of feel that you haven't found your best stuff yet.
So just increase the dartboard by, what, 2?
4-8. Point.
Our lead official, Elaine Guest. Second official, Don Stanek.
5-8. Point.
And, you know, sometimes when you just make your opponent play more balls, good things happen. Wasn't probably the best passing shot by JW Jansen there, but was able to get the missed volley. See if he can build on this momentum. 6-8 here.
Side out.
An excellent return by Joseph there. Really handcuffed JW Jansen. Forced to take that backhand as more of a half volley. Really tough to come up with that one.
Side out.
JW, they're going to take that one off the let cord.
When you talk about differences between these players, identifying both of them as ball strikers, I think JW Jansen's a little more comfortable after the drive of closing in and getting forward, where it seems like Joseph is a little bit more comfortable moving laterally and waiting for his moment to move forward. So we'll see which strategy kind of wins out here. In small doses, might work out here or there.
We like organized chaos, right?
Yes, we do.
Nice chase. And that is called out of bounds by JW Jansen. And Gabriel Joseph is going to ask whether that ball was in bounds or not.
Yeah, he's a little frustrated with himself. Had the entire court open for a winner, just cooked it a little bit long.
Side out.
He was down 4-8. He finds 8-8 before Gabriel Joseph gets the ball back, and you hear Joseph having the conversation with himself right now. Wildly quick is Gabriel Joseph. I thought he had lost that point about 2 or 3 point contacts ago, but still found that last one, but sending it wide. So JW Jansen on top. Jansen doing a really nice job cutting some of those balls down on the backhand side.
We talked about his comfortability moving forward, showed that there. He's able to drop, cut down the angles. Known as having some of the best, fastest hands in the doubles game. Can use a little of that in singles as well.
Side out.
I don't know how that ball actually, even that first contact from JW Jansen happened. That was well within his frame. Big two-hand backhand from Gabriel Joseph.
So smart there by Joseph. A great return by Jansen, but notice how he tries to just dip that first pass, doesn't go for the winner, waits for the second one to have a better look at that one, at that pass.
So patience is a virtue even in the game of singles. Right now, Gabriel Joseph up by 1. He has game point.
10-9.
And even then, the let cord going his direction. You saw the middle return, but 11-9. Gabriel Joseph taking down JW Jansen in the first game. Doing a really nice job to this point. He picked up game number 1 over JW Jansen. This is the second round in this 32-person main draw for men's pro singles.
Side up.
Good start here by Jansen. I wouldn't say he played his A game there in game 1. I wouldn't say either player fully had that on display yet, so we'll see what adjustments can be made here in game 2.
Point.
Missed return, so point to Jansen.
1-0.
Yeah, and we've talked so much about depth on the serve and the return. You can see when it's close to the line like that, really throws off the weight transfer and the ability to hit a good return there from Joseph.
Side out.
So talk to me a little bit about the weight transfer. It's something that you utilize in terms of conversation quite a bit, but maybe it's somebody that's new to the game of singles. So after this point, kind of describe what you mean in that reference.
Side out.
Miss serve.
Yeah, I think in singles, you know, especially in the men's game, they're trying to come to the kitchen line off almost every return. If you hit it, pause, and then run, you'll probably be giving your opponent too big of an angle for their passing shots. So a lot of these guys really try to transfer their energy when they're pushing off their back leg and time that weight transfer with the swing to get them in a little bit faster.
Totally makes sense on that return. So it's one of the few contacts that you're actually hitting on the move in pickleball without your feet being stopped.
Yeah, you know, when I teach it in regards to that return, I think you can still have your feet somewhat stationary, but you're pushing off of stationary feet as you're making contact, and then the feet start moving. It's a very fine line to ride there, though.
Point.
Great point of analysis from our pickleball pro, Kyle McKenzie.
3-0.
Yeah.
For me, it's like if I'm in that moment and I feel like maybe I need one, I'm usually just going to opt to take it, settle myself, and try to put my game, my best game out there afterwards.
Point.
I was going to say, I don't think Ben Johns is ever really often forced into needing a timeout.
Fair enough. Jansen able to get that slice approach shot just low enough to make it difficult for Joseph to find that angle on the next ball.
Point.
Yeah, you know, some excellent volleys by Joseph there, but great anticipation by Jansen. Wasn't pushed out of position too badly and was able to ultimately come with the pass.
Side out.
We had a little bit of a conversation between game one into game two about patterns and how at times I watch JW and I say, sometimes it's hard for me to figure out the pattern and what he's utilizing, but he has so many tricks up his sleeve and tools that he's able to use. It makes it a little bit difficult sometimes to find that.
Yeah, a lot of times the people that work the patterns over and over again are trying to find their strength and then find patterns within the strength. With JW Jansen, he hits such a clean forehand, a clean backhand, clean volleys. He may not need to go out of his way to do these specific patterns. Just his game in and of itself may be enough.
Point.
It's a great point by you. So 2-5 right now. Joseph finding some.
2-5.
Another screech from Joseph, but not enough.
And you notice, you know, Joseph, when he's serving on that right side, most players hug the middle line to try to open up their forehand. He actually slides over, very okay with playing backhands, as he shows here with a little variety.
That almost looked a little Georgia Johnson-esque right there, that contact and how he was able to bring that paddle all the way vertical to then find that cross court. That looked like a Georgia Johnson dink.
Absolutely, yeah, that ball was very close to getting behind him, still was able to use the left hand and pull it across the body.
He goes for the body and then the closeout.
Yeah, it's a play that's starting to gain a little bit more popularity. When you have that short ball with options, you know your opponent's thinking, which way do I guess? If you go hard right at them, it's often one they're not thinking about.
He earns the pop-up here and the put-away.
Point.
Why haven't we used that before? That's a new combination. The pop-up to put-away.
Pop-up, put-away. He's known for having the ability to come up with those highlight reel points, but he's had those dips in his game at times too. When he puts it all together, man, scary how good he can play.
Very, very scary. The UCLA Bruin, of course, Julian Arnold. Fantastic tennis player previously. Now paddle owner, we should say as well, and manufacturer, Willard. He's working with that paddle. Championship court back underway. Of course, that grandstand, part of a separate stream, so if you want to catch all that action, you can.
And a fantastic on-the-stretch volley there by Joseph. Really made that look easy. I promise you, it is very tough to hit that clean.
4-5.
A lot of sauce on that ball from Joseph.
Call on that, please. I'm sorry.
Looks like JW Johnson saying I called it in, but did you see it? Giving the referee an opportunity to overturn his own call there.
Point.
And Joseph saying just out. Sorry, J-Dub.
6-5.
Good sportsmanship on both sides. And the same thing into the body of J-Dub, the pop-up and put away.
I mean, it's a pattern that's been working for him. When you hit your drives with that much dip, you do usually get a little bit more chance to close in on that next ball.
Side out.
Really great first volley there by Jansen. Joseph unable to come up with that one. And this is crunch time here for the 4 seed. Down a game and 5-7. Let's see if he can find his best stuff here.
Point.
Trying to do a little too much there is Gabriel Joseph.
You know, I think that Joseph thought that Jansen was going to be a lot closer forward off that last shot. And I think he kind of told himself he needed to come up with a better shot than he needed to.
Talk to me about vision when you're going to strike a ball, because I know from on that backhand side, sometimes it's tough. You talked about he wasn't able to see him. So how much are you really seeing in the game of singles across the net midpoint after this ball?
Yeah, I think you can obviously look at your opponent when they're making contact with the ball, but there's a certain point where that ball's traveling to you where your attention has to be completely directed to the ball. So you kind of lose sight of what your opponent's doing right when you're about to strike it. So it's more of an anticipation thing as to where your opponent will be.
Trying to play some patty cake is JW Johnson.
Yeah, it's one of those where there's almost nowhere to go when the ball is that shallow to the net.
Not much you can do.
Point.
Let's get this money, says Joseph.
Yeah, and kind of an indecision on the volley there from Jansen. His technique looked like he was going to drop it, but he tried to push it deep. It looks to just be a little rattled at the moment.
Side out.
J-Dub, very mentally tough, though. He trails by 2. This is the time to move. He also trails by a game.
Side out.
And the call is just long.
Really can be a game of inches out here. He's had just a couple of returns or barely long and 2 inches closer, and then that's a perfect return right on the line.
Point.
9-6, the fist pump for Gabriel Joseph.
Yeah, really making Johnson stretch here. And Johnson going for a lot on his volleys on the full stretch rather than just being content to make it and wait for a better ball.
You do get some more grace in the game of singles for missed serves, but I'm not sure that was the time you want. you deserve some grace at 9-6.
And not sure you want to miss in the net if you are going to miss.
Point.
It's a beautiful backhand roll by Johnson there. Let's see if he can build on that.
7-9. Point.
What a dink. I thought he was going cross court too. I don't blame you, Joseph.
He visually disguised it so well. Joseph worried about covering the open court. J-Dub says, nope, right back behind you.
Shot into the corner from Gabriel Joseph. I was just about to get nervous for him. Remember that missed serve, and all of a sudden J-Dub gets 2 back. That's what I'm saying. Do not give him an inch, because he will take a mile.
I'm sorry. 9-8. Side out.
And Joseph had the opening with the backhand pass up the line, just slightly overcooked it.
8-9. Side out.
Another side out as that ball hit the baseline for Gabriel Joseph.
Yeah, really made it tough for Johnson to get the spacing to be able to hit an effective ground stroke there. Beautiful return.
Point.
And another ball missed.
And I like the idea from Johnson, but we talked about it's a game of inches, just a couple inches too long on that return.
And a missed serve again. So a couple here for Gabriel Joseph in game number 2. He's questioning whether that ball was in bounds or out of bounds, but to his credit, it was over the net. It was just long.
8-10. Side out.
8-10, and it is now match point for Gabriel Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph not just doing a good job of making his first volleys, but really doing something with them to keep that pressure on Jansen.
Side out.
You know, it's easy to say from my standpoint here, and he's the one who's earned himself, you know, match point, but I think that shot selection may be the wrong choice against JW Jansen, trying to beat him with power alone. He's known of having some of the best reflexes on the tour here.
Side out.
And another shot. JW Jansen can't get himself up to the kitchen line right now. He keeps looking over to the corner. Julie Johnson, his mother, also standing nearby. Match point, Joseph.
Side out.
And again, back to back.
And he was 2 inches or so shy of a clean winner there. Let's see if JW Jansen can convert here and you know, put a little scoreboard pressure, tie things up potentially.
8-10.
J-Dub finds the sideline. I like the preparation. The last 3 returns from Gabriel Joseph going to the exact same location, middle, but the forehand side of J-Dub.
Yeah, I think he was a little more ready this time, knowing that the returns have given him very little to work with.
Make it 10-10. Again, I think back to those missed serves. Tough, tough, tough for Gabriel Joseph.
10-10.
Wonder if that's in his head right now.
Point.
Joseph there just trying to run around to make that ball a forehand. Didn't look like he was able to fully set his feet. Good serve by Jansen.
Point game.
12-10. You give him an inch, he takes a mile. Faced multiple match points, and yet he finds himself now facing off against Gabriel Joseph, and the first point in game number 3. Cameron Irwin alongside professional pickleball player Kyle McKenzie.
Side out.
Just back is the call from Gabriel Joseph.
Yeah, very, very close to the line there, but, you know, J-Dub's not going to challenge. Looked like it was just long.
0-1. Point.
A beautiful return there from Jansen, but a little bit of a gift on that backhand volley. And if you're Joseph here going into game 3, obviously you're frustrated. You had some match points in that second game, but you've just got to have that short-term memory. Go out there and compete. There's going to be ebbs and flows in every match. You've got to be mentally tough right now to stay positive and to bring out your best game here.
No, you're 100% right. You've got to have the memory of a goldfish, right?
That's true.
Got to move on.
Point.
And again, I feel like this always happens at the beginning of each game. Both players just trying to settle in, finding their returns, or their thirds for that matter.
Yeah, I think both players at times are just sitting upright just a little bit too much on some of those returns and those passes. Much easier when you sit down a little bit more to be able to hit a clean ball.
It's no wonder when you look at the legs of pickleball players, why they look the way they do. Some of the strongest quads, hamstrings, calves. The lower half is just built.
There's definitely a certain build out there that's a pickleball build. Oh, what a shot by Joseph. Was able to slide his body, get that spacing needed to execute a good pass there, and very, very tough to come up with that one.
3-2.
Yeah, his feet still moving.
Side out.
Beautiful drop volley there from JW Jansen.
And I like that choice there to bring Joseph forward. I think that Jansen has more of an edge in those cat and mouse points, or at least has a confidence there. We haven't seen him do a lot of that yet.
Flying in, and he had a good look at it. He was almost too fast.
He almost got there too early, but, you know, definitely court was wide open, but it's very tough to hit a volley on the full stretch across your body. Easy for those to float long on occasion.
Easy on screen, not so easy in real life.
Point.
Another ball for JW Jansen, up 4-3.
Timeout receiver, 4-3.
And Joseph is going to take an early timeout right here alongside Kyle McKenzie. JW Jansen
4-3.
up by 1 here in game 3 versus Gabriel Joseph.
Point.
Great anticipation.
I was going to say the same thing, Cameron. We talk about sometimes at the kitchen line, you got to kind of guess or lean a certain direction. He saw that one well.
5-3.
5-3.
Point.
Make it 6.
6. Switch ends. 6-3.
I like that, our official. That's 6, so it is now time to change ends. Well, and it's interesting, I'm taking a look at the backdraw from the Masters event where Gabriel Joseph lost first round to Rafa Hewitt, and then he went hard in the backdraw, finding himself all the way up against Jocelyn Devilliers. Gabriel Joseph came at JW Jansen with all the force he had. Jansen fended off 3 straight.
And it was more of a double style point. First time we've had an exchange of reflex volleys, and the singles specialist is the one who comes out as the victor there.
Side out.
And I wouldn't say that's the case, Joseph. I would not call you slow. Let's put it that way. One of the quickest I've seen.
Yeah, anything but slow. Just frustrated he wasn't able to get up to that one.
Point.
What a shot from Jansen.
Yeah, we talk about how comfortable he is moving forward. Had a lot of options there, ultimately with the right choice and going down the line there.
7-3.
And this is starting to look a little Jay Devilliers-esque in terms of everything going the direction of JW Jansen. Excuse me, person main draw.
Point.
Ball out of bounds, 9-3.
Yeah, just a couple inches long on that return, and really going to need to take those errors out of his game if he wants to pull the comeback off here.
Point.
Right now, he is letting those errors start to mount, and to JW's credit, he's playing very well here in game 3.
Yeah, I like that choice from Joseph there. Could have gone with angle, but knew he had Jansen kind of leaning that way. Kept the ball in front of him, took the angle away, and ultimately earned the side out. This is where he needs to play his best to make a run here, though, now.
Point.
There's one for him, 4-10 now.
Yep, you love those freebies anytime you can get them, especially when you've got a mountain to climb.
Again, JW Jansen
4-10.
took down Troy Aiken in the first round.
Side out.
And just tries to swipe that ball between his feet, does Joseph, but ball back to Jansen for match point.
Yeah, looks like he kind of overran that one a little bit.
10-4. Point game.
Match
11-4.
to JW Jansen. So some pretty solid wins already on the day for Alshon.
Yeah, seems to be getting better and better in singles every tournament that I see him. I know that when I watched him beat McGuffin in the Masters, it really looked like he was much more comfortable winning some of the longer points, the 3-4 ball combination points where you add in the movement, you add in the anticipation, and it shows that he's more capable of playing the chess match out there of if I hit a certain shot, where's the likely volley? How am I trying to build points rather than just spray winners out there?
Time in, game 1.
Here we go is correct. So look for some of those extended rallies to your point, playing some of that cat and mouse. Watch out, coming for the body is Ben Johns, but you already saw just off that first return alone from Alshon, he went deep middle.
Yeah, and John's still making him get on the full stretch for the volley, even when no angle was given to him. Pretty tough to deal with if you're Alshon.
goes, and of course it comes off the let cord, so a little shiesty there, as we shall see.
Yeah, Alshon putting his athleticism on full display. Great body control to get that one off the let cord and maintain in control and win the point.
Alshon. Not the time I thought it was going to show up, but...
No, and he made it look very easy. Came up with a great pass, but Johns was ready for it.
But to your point, we're already seeing a very different style of pickleball from what we've seen so far this morning. Much longer rallies take place.
Yeah, when both players are that athletic, some of these points are going to naturally get extended a little longer, forces you to hit more quality good shots to come up with the point.
Tough on that side, too, even though that ball goes just long. With the sun in the face of Ben Johns.
And this is where the experience and the discipline of Ben Johns, I don't think it's quite enough credit. On first few points, he went for the third shot drive as the return was decent, but a little bit shorter. The moment he got pushed into a corner, he had the discipline to drop it and kind of take his time with that point.
Side up.
He's also wearing that Virginia hat for a reason.
0-2.
Yeah, really high-level stuff from Alshon there. What I love about that point is Johns tried returning to the backhand. Alshon used his athleticism. He didn't settle for it. Came up with a good pass and beat him in that two-shot combo.
Side up.
Just missing there.
Yeah,
I mentioned that he is currently a student at the University of Chicago, a full-time student, but he had been at the University of Virginia, where he then transferred into the University of Chicago. Posted a 10-4 record that first year at singles.
Point.
Yeah, and we see with Alshon going middle, I don't hate the play, but even just a little short, you see what Johns is able to come up with. Sporting that new Project Perseus paddle, I believe, that he showcased at the Masters and looked very comfortable with it last tournament.
Side up.
Commentator curse right there. You know, can't compliment these players too much or they show that they're human.
Chalk it up to Kyle McKenzie's scoreboard.
1-3. Point.
Working the inside in is Christian Alshon.
Yeah, and it was a great return by John. So anytime your opponents return right where they're going and you can pass them, it just deflates them that much more. Really high-level stuff.
Great point construction there from Alshon. He gets the return into the middle, and he's still able to create some angles and then find the inside in yet again.
Yeah, using his feet in a great way here, really making that a small target for Johns to find his backhand.
Found it there 3 times in a row.
Well, it's so smart, and this is the experience that Johns has. Sees that he goes to the backhand. Alshon makes it a forehand 2 times in a row. So he says, okay, I'm just going to go right to your strength and change the angles of the passing shot for you.
You got to beat me twice, right?
Exactly.
In order to hit the inside in or inside out, you're giving a lot of angle the opposite direction. You got to have the speed to be able to combat that, right, on the next shot.
Exactly. That's why not every player can do it that often, because you have to have that foot speed to recover.
putting a little extra oomph on that ball is Alshon.
Yeah, had a little whipping forehand there, but he needed every inch of that because Johns was almost there for that one. Anytime
He didn't even take that great of a first step and still got a battle on it.
And anytime you hit the ball across your body at the kitchen line, it has to be a little better because you're exposing some angle that you're giving your opponents up the line.
Side up.
You can see Alshon telling himself
4-3.
to settle himself, that hand motion.
Side up.
Alshon is finding the last 6 inches of the court well right now.
Yeah, continuing to dictate with that forehand, using his length and his athleticism up there at the kitchen line.
3-4.
Of course, Ben Johns looking for a second triple-double. Excuse me, triple crown. They're calling it the triple-double because you got Annalie Waters also looking for hers.
Right, they kind of helped each other a little bit with a portion of that, right?
I guess the question is whether it's a double, triple, or a triple-double.
Right, I think we're getting basketball thrown in there, right?
Gosh, I call too many sports. Full splits for Alshon. I mean, some gymnastics too, why not?
Unfortunately, that doesn't win him the point. Maybe a half a point, I don't know.
5-3.
We're going to touch on all the sports today. Yeah, excellent hold by Alshon. He knew he was going to have to force Johns to guess a little bit if he waited till the last second. Got Johns going the other way.
And too, on this hold, you got to have your preparation be that much better to create the time. You have to anticipate that much earlier.
The footwork has to be dialed or it doesn't end up being a play that works. Absolutely.
Questioning the ball at this point. Also something to note, we have switched balls from the last event, the MLP Mesa event. So going from the X40 now back to the Dura. So definitely a different contact between the two.
Yeah, most people would say the Dura plays a little bit faster. So players that like to hit the ball hard and shorten the points sometimes will prefer that Dura ball.
Players Crawford all seated for 11, second ball.
3-5.
All seated for 11.
Point.
And for those that have watched Johns play singles for the last few years, one of the shots that's kind of changed or evolved in his game is he's looking to use that two-handed backhand on the return of serve sometimes. So we can talk about why that is in a moment here.
Side up.
Just long on the pass by Alshon. A lot of players, even with a very good slice return, when you use slice, you give your opponent the option to use that backspin and create more topspin on their passing shots, giving them more angle. So he's added that into his game to reduce the passing shot angles available to his opponents.
Side up.
Yeah, you'll even see people in singles return with topspin at the same time. There are times, or if you can just give them, not to say a dead ball, you want depth, but flat and not a whole lot of spin on it. That's just as challenging because you're forcing your opponent to have to create.
Exactly, exactly. You're not giving them anything to use.
Ben John says, thank you very much, Tweener King.
And our tweener count is at 2. Expect that to keep climbing.
Unfazed is Ben Johns.
They both looked great, but he's unfortunately 0 for 2 on the tweeners as far as winning the point.
Nice reach there, and it's interesting. We had a conversation earlier about when JW was out on the court about playing your style. I mean, some might look at Christian Alshon and think, well, the tweener's not necessarily the best option in some of those cases, but
4-5.
that's Christian Alshon.
Yeah, I think he's an entertainer out there, and he prides himself on that. So, you know, who am I to tell him that he shouldn't be doing it? I might say that, you know, the number of them per match might need to be lowered at times, but
Fair point.
You got to be yourself out there. I get it.
So 5 forward, the #1 seed still on top.
Side up.
And we're at a little bit of a stalemate here at 4-5. So credit to Alshon for keeping it close here. He's got the serve down just 1 early here in game 1.
Smooth as ever, Ben Johns with the backhand. Lead official, Sayhan Hunter. Second official, Carol Manifold. A nice job here on championship court.
Point.
Ben Johns now up by 2.
6-4.
Yeah, good lead there by Christian Alshon. I think he recognized the body posture Ben Johns found himself in.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. And John's a little frustrated with himself, knows that he didn't get the footwork right to be able to execute that backhand there.
Ben Johns known to have some of the most efficient footwork in the game. Just so steady in that regard.
Yeah, I think some people haven't realized how athletic he is because it looks easy for him, but you hit the nail on the head. Efficiency is what he's all about when he's moving and covering the court there.
Side out.
Miss serve. He set it up well, but I will say, too, Ben Johns was still moving towards that forehand side.
Yeah, no, Ben obviously was moving the correct way, but I like the shot selection from Alshon. He's taking his time when he has it, and he's not trying to just beat Johns with blind power, really looking to work the angles and construct points.
Point.
Yeah, John's able to get just enough topspin on that pass there to make that a missable volley from Alshon. Notice how his face was open for the paddle because he had to lift that just enough in order to clear the net.
What a shot from Ben Johns. Beautiful adjustment with the footwork, taking some stutter steps to get his feet underneath of him.
Yeah, and it looked like he used a little bit of misdirection in singles there. Hit that one a little different than he normally would. Really sold that he was going the other way and fooled Alshon with some excellent execution there.
Arizona for the Arizona Grand Slam, February 15th through the 19th. But right now, we've got 4 full days of coverage coming to you on the Carvana PPA Tour. ATP for the #1 seed.
And you see how Johns is just there in time. His anticipation, he knows that that ball was pushed just wide enough to give him a sliver, and he capitalizes on it beautifully.
Ben Johns putting on a clinic in terms of deception. We talked about I don't even know what we called that last shot in the rally, but where he threw his shoulder out and paddle ending up on the right side of his body still. Game point now for Ben Johns.
Oh, and a beautiful first volley there by Alshon. Johns trying to kind of wrong foot Alshon. He'd been serving to the tee, to the backhand, tried to fool him going back to the forehand side, but Alshon was ready for it.
Point.
Just missing, but I like that he was prepared on the lob on the backhand side.
Yeah, he was ready for it. It's a makeable ball that he missed there, but Alshon is happy to take the point, see if he can build on it.
5-10 now. Ben Johns finding the body of Christian Alshon.
Alshon made him work for that one, though, and you see some of the intangibles, the things that are hard to teach, the movement, the flash, the shot making on the stretch. Alshon naturally has it. That's why he can push somebody of the caliber of Johns here.
Side out.
Well, and you think back to that rally, he was making moves with just one step. He kind of got himself up to that kitchen line, or a step and a half, whereas for most, it's at least 2 to get there.
And we saw that with the Devilliers match. Similar build, with one big step, you can cut down a lot of angles for your opponents.
Side out.
A little stutter step. He wasn't sure. The indecision cost him.
Yeah, it's so tough when your back gets turned to know if there's going to be enough angle to go around the post. Didn't look like it was quite open for him there.
Side out.
Another side out for Alshon.
Johns just gets caught a little bit jammed, raises up on that ground stroke. Normally we want to stay down on those groundies to keep them low to the net.
Side out.
Ball out of bounds. Alshon questioning.
Not enough to overrule. Side out.
Cannot be overruled.
Yeah, the referees really want to be confident that the call was incorrect in order to change it.
Point. Game.
So game number 1 going to Ben Johns. A gnarly third-round matchup between Ben Johns and Christian Alshon. Game number 1 going the direction of the number 1 seed, Cameron Irwin, alongside Kyle McKenzie. As Ben Johns finds the sideline as well as the side out. He's facing off against Christian Alshon.
Yeah, John's known for when he gets that forehand volley, usually trying to top spin it and swing on it slightly, especially if he takes it cross court. And that's because he knows how fast Alshon is. We talked about when you go with angle, you give angle. Really a little more aggressive there, keeps him in control.
Speaking of angles, a little too much of one there off the paddle of Ben Johns. He finds a point.
And we saw Johns mostly playing fast in game 1, which worked, but utilizing his prowess in that cat and mouse exchange. Nobody in the world better at it.
Right now, showing that he's got the power as well and speed off that paddle.
Absolutely. And that's the Johns that we've kind of seen the last few tournaments. He's obviously capable of the slow game, but if you can win points earlier, easier with raw power, he's going to utilize that.
There's the soft stuff, but Christian Alshon finds the corner. And to your point, so many people have had the conversation as of recent, the style of Ben Johns and how much more aggressive he is already now playing in 2023.
Yeah, he's a student of the game in addition to just being the best player in the game, and has recognized that, you know, with paddle technology, with the amount of grit, the amount of spin, better athletes coming in, that there's a time and a place to just thump the ball hard, and so he balances that very well.
Yeah, athletes like Christian Alshon coming into the mix, who just found the right hip of Ben Johns. Missing wide there.
And Johns doesn't miss that one very often.
That's one of his best.
To me, that tells me that he's feeling some pressure with the length and the athleticism of Alshon to pinpoint his shots that much better.
Side out.
That's off the back foot for Alshon. Not a position or posture you want to be in from the baseline.
Yeah, you know, it may have not had much of another choice because of the quality of the return, but anytime you feel that you're not as balanced, you usually should aim for a bigger target. Tough to come up with a clean pass off balance.
Point.
Ben Johns adding pressure even from the serve. Forced Alshon to have to take a big step just to be able to return that ball.
And that's another shot that's kind of evolved in his game. Has one of the most aggressive serves now. Really goes for more on that within the last year or two.
Comes from a high point. Located right on that hip for Ben Johns. Flattens it out and always finds the depth.
Yeah, he's deadly accurate, but extremely aggressive on the serve. Great job by Alshon to get that point or steal that point away because he was a little late coming in.
Trying to find the ball amongst the numerous bodies in the stands right now. We got quite a crew and crowd here on Championship Court. This has been a fantastic facility. You walk around, their court's just about everywhere you look.
Yeah, the players love this energy here on center court. They're playing the music, getting them hyped, great for the fans. Excellent atmosphere here.
Most also wondering, it's a Thursday. People not work?
Apparently not here in Phoenix.
Apparently not. Hey, we're happy about it.
3, 2.
Just take an extra sick day, right? There it is, but defended by Ben Johns.
And Johns has had a lot of success when he's serving on that left side, deep to the corner. You see that Alshon's tendency is to run around and make that a forehand, but on that side, he's going further off the court, leaving a lot of court exposed when he does that.
And to Ben Johns' credit, even on the serve right now, he's forcing him because the same thing's happening. Serving center line, and he's got Alshon sliding and shifting to the middle / that backhand side.
We talked about the importance of weight transfer on the return in singles. If your weight's going laterally, it's not going forward, which means you're going to be a step or two slow getting in.
So let's see if the pattern shows up here now on the left side. Run around the forehand. Cuff, cross court, same pattern. Ben Johns is right on top of it.
And look at the discipline, too. When Alshon returned that, Johns had an opening up the line, but he realized, you know what? I'm just going to slow it down. We're going to play my game and make you beat me in the cat and mouse exchange.
Points are starting to add up, so forced Alshon to take a timeout. Second game action. Couple short hops and defensive plays by Ben Johns, but great touch.
Yeah, no, great point all around, but look at what Johns is doing. He's made an adjustment. Even though he won game one, he's recognizing that Alshon is less comfortable in the slow points as he is the fast reactive points, and he's giving him that slow death right now.
Sounds rather painful.
Might have been a little too extreme with the language. He's not out yet. He's playing great.
At 7-2.
Side out.
Yeah, very challenging for Alshon. If he's not able to get that ball to dip near or lower than the height of the net, John's known for having some of the cleanest and best volleys. He's going to be in complete control there.
Side out.
Nice return from Alshon, though. Again, we talk about the return deep middle. So many of these pros utilizing that, trying not to give angles.
Yep. You see the strategy, though, even though Johns missed that, he was trying to drop that rather than drive that. He's really trying to slow the pace down still.
Yeah, great call by you.
Point.
And one for Alshon. Alshon's giving himself a little bit of a head nod here. You got to find some momentum one way or another.
And a missed return is a great momentum starter. Let's see if he can build on that.
Is there a chink in the armor? Says, no, I was built with iron.
Not yet. Not yet, anyway.
Nope.
Alshon will still be probing for it.
7-3. Side out.
Ben Johns tossing up his hands.
3-7.
The accountability he has for himself in terms of performance and shot selection.
Side out.
Right on the right shoulder. For most other players, that would have been very, very challenging. He does a little bit of a grip change here in the middle of this to be able to protect that shoulder. Watch this.
7-3.
Read it really, really well. Knew that if he switched that grip a little bit, he could open up the face and be able to have an easy volley on the next one.
Alshon trying to cover not only every inch of the court, but every inch outside of the court.
Yeah, no, you see the kind of position that Johns can put you in with these angles. That's what he's known for. Alshon, an amazing athlete to even just get a paddle on that one.
Side out.
A couple of those errors now by Ben Johns, just a little loose from the baseline.
And like you mentioned, he holds himself to a high standard, slumping his shoulders a little bit. He's a bit of a perfectionist out there.
Alshon also finds a little too much of the court, running in just to the fencing on championship court.
And John's did such a good job on those backhand volleys of not hitting him cross court and deep, but cross court and a little bit shorter, forcing his opponents to travel a greater distance.
And to your point on the cat and mouse, Alshon doing a nice job though, trying to cover but not necessarily going full protect mode on the ATP.
Yeah, I think his first step and his explosiveness is making it a little tougher for Johns to be comfortable there. I still think he has the edge there, but he has to hit his spots that much better against a player like this.
Yep. 3-8 now. Alshon trailing by 5.
Point.
That is a great point for Christian Alshon.
Yeah, had to come up with several quality shots.
Yes.
Ultimately was able to get that forehand behind Johns, and he was unable to reach back across his body.
Well, and that's what's wild, is that's how many phenomenal shots you have to pair one after another to be able to take down Ben Johns. There's a little bit of that swinging volley, like you mentioned, adding the extra topspin.
Yeah, and didn't feel like he needed to do too much with it as far as location. Just rolled it back to the backhand side. Knew if he keeps that ball in front of him, it limits the angles for Alshon.
Hiya, says Ben Johns.
And we talked about there's a couple different ways to drive. You can kind of drive, wait to see where the volley goes, or if it's a shorter return, you can drive and instantly close in, and it really changes the safe locations for your opponent's volley.
9-4. Alshon got that behind his back. I feel like we just got to give him the point for that amazing save.
He should get something, right? It seems unfair, but we got an ATP defense, but still that's not enough to win the point.
It's match point for the number 1. And he beats him from the baseline, drop after drop. Ben Johns takes down Christian Alshon, 11-5, 11-4. Julian Arnold has definitely got it. There's a look at the UCLA Bruin. He was a fantastic tennis standout. Faced some multiple injuries in his career when I spoke to him, and so he's super grateful to have found pickleball. He has first serve. He also recently just made the move to Austin, Texas, where he's going to be training full-time. I actually caught up with him on the great caravan ride with Lauren Stratman as they were doing the trek from Tennessee there.
Yeah, no shortage of good players in the Austin area. And like so many people, this pro pickleball scene, for a lot of people, it's a second career for people, and it just adds to the excitement and the passion that they play with.
That looked oddly familiar for some reason. I feel like I just saw that highlight a week ago.
Exactly. It was actually a nice dipping ball by Jansen there, but a great volley to dump that short by his opponent.
Point.
One apiece.
1-1. Point.
You can see the massive motion there from Julian Arnold, though. Preparation is on point, even though the ball didn't even get his direction.
Point.
JW came out to a bit of a slow start versus Joseph as well, dropping game number 1. Right now, he's down by 2.
Point.
And you see the shape that Arnold is able to get on his passing shots. And I'd say that's the difference between these players. They're both shot makers. They both have elite ground strokes. A little bit more spin from Arnold and a little bit more raw power from Jansen. Still struggling to find his rhythm on the return early here in game 1.
Yeah, and a great way that you're actually able to kind of witness the difference between those two strokes and the spin they generate is just watch the paddle, the level of the paddle, and where it drops on some of those forehands. Seems like JW hits a little bit flatter. It's higher on the hip versus Julian Arnold, who's dropping that paddle well below his hip to create the shape.
Yeah, he's dropping it lower. His swing path is much more upwards, really trusting the amount of grab that he can get on that paddle. And the risk you take, obviously, with that swing path is sometimes if it starts too high and stays too high, it's not going to be very effective. But if you can start it near the height of the net and have it dip below the net, the volleys become tremendously more difficult.
Well, also important to note some of the paddles in both of these players' hands. The Devilliers is actually manufactured by that man himself, Julian Arnold. So a few other pros have started to head that direction as well. So getting some new tech in the hand of Julian Arnold. JW Jansen working with Team Franklin. I was just about to say, I love the way Julian Arnold handled that high ball, because sometimes that creates that much more time to think about what you're doing.
Yeah, you can certainly second guess yourself on those shots, but he picked his spot, ripped it, just unable to come up with the next one.
1-5.
1-5 now.
Point.
Wow, how compact that swing and stroke was from JW Jansen. That was 3 inches and still created.
Yeah, I know, impressive too. He didn't overhit it. He just kind of guided it to where it needed to go, and he closed in to add that forward pressure.
Point.
We talk about not necessarily going for a winner on your passing shots, but getting your opponents to stretch creates a lot of errors on the volley. We saw that there from Arnold.
A bit of a defensive lob in the middle of that rally, and the first Andiamo is on the board.
I have a feeling it will not be our last here, Cameron, but yeah, good job by Jansen extending the point, but unable to ultimately get something he could move forward on.
Speaking of shape, whew, that's just long, but that's dangerous.
Yeah, and you see even in the swing mechanics, we talked a little bit about it, you see how Arnold uses really his whole body to create that motion, whereas Jansen gets a lot of power in his forearm and the wrist at the last second.
Well, and that was a great example. I know that ball just sprayed. That was perfect. He hits a little bit more open stance as well, kind of forced into it.
Correct.
5-3.
5-3 for Julian Arnold.
Point.
Yeah, just not quite getting the spacing there on the return of serve. Seemed to be a little handcuffed by that one. Just needs to stay a little bit more on his toes to be able to move before striking the ball.
Thank you, net, says Julian Arnold.
Yeah, I mean, even without the net, that was going to be a really, really tough shot, but never hurts to get a little love from the tape there.
7-3.
Some net love. Julian Arnold, 2 defensive plays that come up so clutch, make it 8-3.
It's one thing to have the athleticism to get there on these tough volleys, a totally different thing to really do something with it. He hit a couple of great shots there.
Side out.
JW says, and that's enough out of you.
When you see that pass sit up just a little bit for this level, these guys can really control with that volley.
Great depth on that ball. He could have gone with angle, but he chose depth instead.
Yeah, I like it. Great footwork, too, to be able to make that a two-handed backhand where he knows he can be a little bit more aggressive with the ball.
Side out.
JW needs to find something here. I'll be curious to see whether he finds it in game 1 or maybe it's into game 2. He waited till the last second last time. Some indecision there. I think he got caught between a volley and letting that ball come off the bounce.
Yeah, I think you're right. He kind of had to short hop that one. I don't think that's ideal. Some of that's just credit to the volley of Arnold there.
Point.
Another point for Julian Arnold. 9-3, 5 versus 4 in terms of seeding.
Point.
Also important to note in this men's draw, if you're wondering, Tyson McGuffin not able to play as he's dealing with a minor foot injury. Had to pull out. It's game point for Arnold. Nearly has it as Julian Arnold, and look at the smile on his face. He knows it. He was inches away from glory.
Arnold putting his athleticism on display. He can cover the court as well as anybody.
That's just nuts. Those two volleys, I mean, his paddle is well below the height of the net.
And you can see the variety in what he can do. When the ball bounces, he usually uses a second hand, but he can reach into that kitchen with one hand and generate a lot of topspin on those rolling volleys.
Julian Arnold, game one.
Arnold.
Julian Arnold paying no attention to that second score because it's only been one game to this point. 11-3, that is the correct score, but maybe there's some foreshadowing there. I don't know. The pickleball gods already changing the graphic for us. Oh, that is wicked from Julian Arnold. He drops down nearly on his knees and finds the cross court.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot, but set up again by that footwork. You really have to get over around that ball to be able to pull that ball back across your body. Beautifully done.
Tracking the ball well was J-Dub, but again, just a little bit, he looks down at his paddle going, what happened?
And I think the spin from Arnold is really giving Jansen some problems. He's getting a lot of his shots to dip below the height of the net.
Speaking of spin, yeah, that is too good from the paddle of J-Dub.
Really smart shot selection. Didn't try to do too much. Anytime you go up the line, it's a great way of taking away the angle from your opponents.
J-Dub looks like a little different here in game number 2.
Yeah, I expect him to play a little cleaner this second game. Didn't really show what he's capable of in game 1. I expect this to be a much tighter game 2.
Side out.
Picking that up well beyond his foot there in terms of depth.
Yeah, again, it was just a smart shot by Arnold. He went up the line, took away the angle, and even if J-Dub makes that shot, he's going to have to hit several more good shots to really sink his way into the point.
1-1.
Side out.
We saw some rather extended rallies between Christian Alshon and Ben Johns. I have a feeling as much as we get further into this competition, that will be the case. Start to see a little bit more of that cat and mouse, but J-Dub still looking even for a drop shot.
Yeah, he's just struggling stringing together 4 or 5 good shots in a row, and that's what it takes at this level. It's not normally one good shot anymore. You really have to win in patterns and combinations to win points here.
J-Dub at the kitchen line. Nice shot from him. Battling the sun and the lob, Julian Arnold.
And, you know, a lot of people would tell you that the return of serve is the single most important shot in singles. When you have a good one deep and pinning your opponent in a corner, you're just going to win a high percentage of those points.
Side out.
Stalemate to start game number 2.
Yeah, each player seems to be their strategy is to find the other player's backhand. Obviously, they both hit the backhand well, but they'd rather take their chances with that than the forehand.
J-Dub, a shot up the line.
And there, J-Dub showing a little bit of what he's capable of. Very balanced on that pass there. And this is what we talked about. He had to hit a few good shots in a row, ultimately to win the point there.
Side out.
Arnold very close to the line there. Looks like maybe he just caught the outside edge.
2-1 now.
Notice
Make
where
it
Arnold is.
1-2, excuse me.
Arnold, notice how he stands shading to that forehand side, trying to protect that backhand wing, play more forehands if he can.
Julian Arnold using all of 5'10" to his advantage.
Yeah, like you said, he really maximizes his lean up there. Very good with reaching in and using the spin of the shot.
He claims 5'10", let's put it that way.
Side out.
Tries to go with the soft stuff.
He got himself the ball he wanted with the last shot, but just unable to convert with that midcourt forehand.
2-1.
Great combo there from Julian Arnold as he picks up that ball on the volley backhand side, able to then roll.
Yeah, Jansen forcing Arnold to hit up here. He gets the ball he's looking for. Unfortunately, just kind of pops up his drop there.
Point.
It's interesting. It's almost, and maybe this is my layman here, but it's almost as if JW is not trusting his own shots and crashing in, because that ball, in terms of the pop-up, I mean, he's getting them to volley the ball from below the height of the net.
Yeah, well, we talked about patterns and having to string several good shots in a row.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you lose confidence in even just one of your shots, it can affect all the other shots, and then that can kind of weigh on you mentally a little bit.
That ball long, so JW now with the lead here in game number 2, 3-2.
Yeah, kept that forehand very low to the net.
Side out.
Again, watching those athletes on the far side track the ball as it goes up into the sky. You can see the shadows in which that way those are falling.
Point.
This is not normal JW right here.
Well, you know, to be fair, I mean, he missed that volley, but it was a very, very good pass by Arnold. Really put him on the full stretch.
And he tries to go the other direction, ball out of bounds.
Almost came up with that one as well. Looked like just a couple inches wide.
3-3. Side out.
Julian Arnold only having really played professional pickleball for maybe about a year now. Once he picked up a paddle, he said it only took him 2 months. He started playing in pro tournaments. And he's getting more and more consistent as he continues. Long on the lob.
It was out.
Almost came up with a perfect backhand topspin lob. You don't even see players attempt that very much in singles.
3-3.
Great finesse right there from JW. He stays on that forehand side and closes out.
Yeah, and that's the point construction that you're used to seeing from Jansen. But again, it's having to hit 3-4 quality balls to get into the position that you want to be. Was able to do a nice job at that point.
Side out.
That ball's just not popping up much for JW.
Yeah, you saw how low it stayed. He had to, as I mentioned earlier, kind of hinge at the waist there. Really tough to come up with a quality shot when you're just a little off balance.
He goes, let's see if we can execute it this time.
Goes to the lob again, and it honestly kind of got the response he wanted, just wasn't able to do enough with the next pass.
4-3. Point.
Arnold chastising himself a little bit, saying that's so cute. Went out of his way to try a drop volley there. Knows that maybe didn't need to do that in that moment.
Side out.
A side out for Julian Arnold.
3-5.
Remains at 3.
Side out.
A little bit of a shallow serve. Just Just allow J-Dub to come up and dictate terms. That thing just maybe about a foot beyond the kitchen line, a foot and a half.
Yeah, and even though Jansen hasn't played his best so far in this match, he has a lead here in game 2.
What a shot from JW Jansen. 5 feet behind the baseline and finds a wild angle.
Yeah, when you're moving one direction to pull it back across your body and find that short angle, just about the toughest shot in the book. Perfectly executed there.
Point.
Watch out, here comes J-Dub.
Timeout. Timeout's been called by the receiving side for 1 minute. Score is 7-3.
2023, just the second stop, and right now looking for a spot in the semifinals for men's pro singles. JW Jansen on top here in game number 2. Julian Arnold's getting louder as he trails by 4.
Yeah, knows he needs to pump himself up here to kind of get back in this second game. Yeah, love that play from Jansen. Anytime you have great movers that can pass on both sides, I think opting to go up the line and take away their angle is always a good choice.
7-3.
Woo-wee, JW Jansen pulling that one out of his pocket.
He's got it all rolling now, Cameron. We talked about, you know, he didn't play his best in game 1. This is the JW Jansen we're used to seeing. It's good to see out here.
Well, I thought he was going to do the same, but the reverse.
That would have been on another planet if he could have come up with that one.
The only one doing shots like that back to back to back to back to back to back to back is Jay Devilliers today.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like that.
You're starting to hear some noise from the crowd, too, for JW Jansen. Some extra encouragement coming on his side.
Yeah, got a lot of fans here.
3. Point.
Nice first volley, but not so the same on the second.
Yeah, when you stretch on that backhand volley, for most of us, the angle of our paddle stays more open, and it's easy to miss those volleys long.
Point.
Nice hold by JW Jansen. Finds himself at game point.
10-3. Side out.
The way that ball popped off the ground, though, just a testament to how much pace and spin that they're putting on it.
Yeah, both these players put a lot of action on their shots.
Leave it hanging up there, Julian Arnold.
It's like a basketball finish,
say,
right?
Like Steph Curry.
Point.
4. If you're Casey Patterson, that was a very Casey Patterson-esque leave gooseneck up.
Oh, yeah.
Casey Patterson, of course, the Olympian volleyball player, now obsessed with pickleball. Couple more for Julian Arnold.
Yeah, Johnson's played just a couple of lighter points here. Might be letting Arnold back in this game.
Wild spin on that ball. But Julian Arnold, you got to go hats off for the amount of effort he's shown in that last rally.
This wins you a lot of fans.
Yeah.
Giving it your all every single point. Just a lot of people just plain respect that. How can you not?
Firefight goes the direction of Andiamo.
He is getting loud out there. You wouldn't know the score was 6 serving 10 unless you looked at it.
No, you would not.
Timeout's been called by the receiving side for 1 minute. Score is 6-10. 6-10.
Right now, he's looking to push this to a third. Score is 6-10. Quick side out for JW Jansen.
Yeah, and he did just enough with that first volley, getting it down enough to force Arnold to then hit up as he was closing in, ultimately set himself up for the put away.
Game 2 to JW Jansen. 11-6.
Johnson.
We're going 3. Play your best. That's what you just saw on screen. And right now, that's going to be the question. Who will play their best in game number 3? It is knotted up 1 apiece between JW Jansen and Julian Arnold here on the Carvana PPA Tour. This is to head to the semifinal.
John's going to be a little upset with himself for not converting there. He played a beautiful point to get the opening, but ultimately missed the forehand there.
Point.
2-0 now for Julian Arnold.
2-0. Side out.
You can see how much Julian Arnold's putting that left hand on that backhand, saying, all right, got to find a little bit more rhythm there.
0-2.
Taking an extra practice stroke. We've seen that a few times from J-Dub, and he just misses that, though. The defensive lob on that forehand side.
Yeah, did a great job on defense there to give him a look at the pass and did not miss that one by much at all.
And it's actually going to be overturned. That's going to be overturned. That ball called in now.
2-2.
Our lead official,
Scores
Andy
2-2.
Olson. Our second official, Teresa Martin.
Looks like we have a little disagreement on the score here.
Excuse me, you're right. Correction, my.
They've got it fixed here. Looks like 1-2.
Point.
And that's not the way you want to pair a controversial call off. Now it is 2 apiece. And yes, that was in.
Side out.
So JW Jansen
Point. Okay.
getting a point, 3-2.
Seems to be picking up where he left off in game 2 here. Let's see if he can keep this momentum going.
A little high on that drop. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie.
Yeah, I like the shot selection there, Cameron. He just, like you mentioned, just didn't execute real well, but I like that he's looking to find times to still slow the game down. Arnold's so good in that high energy environment.
Julian Arnold with a backhand winner.
Yeah, right on cue, and that's his game. Beautiful passing shots, a lot of intensity, a lot of energy. I expect him to feed off the vibes here on center court.
Vibes in his favor. Another for Julian Arnold.
And you can hear the crowd getting loud. Like I said, he's feeling it right now. Still very tight here in game 3.
He puts 3 fingers in the air because he's gone 3 straight.
Such a tough backhand that he hit on the move to be able to put that in the kitchen cross court and get into an offensive position.
Side out.
Nice return up the line by Jansen to take away some of the angle of the pass for Arnold here.
Little high on that drive off the paddle of JW Jansen.
Yeah, he had the line open, but like you mentioned, so much of this is about keeping your passes close or level to that net. When they start getting high and your opponent can hit down, it makes your job very difficult.
And that is a pattern working in the favor of Julian Arnold. He's found 3 with that same exact ball. On Team Mad Drops from the premier level, Drew Breeze's team seems to be bringing that same intensity here at the Desert Ridge Open.
Side out.
So 6-3 was the change of end. Julian Arnold now on the far side of your screen. Trying to lip that ball over the net.
Yeah, fantastic point construction by Jansen. And I think that's where he's best, is when he drives his first one, then looks to slow it down and come in. Love how he kind of wrong-footed Arnold a little bit with that slice drop up the line.
And same thing, you mentioned you like that he drives that first one, but it's got to be just above the height of the net.
Yeah, when you're getting above a foot or so higher than the net, just players at this level are too good with too many options with that volley.
Arnold, fist in the air, 7-4.
Yeah, it looked like a cat and mouse point was brewing, but Arnold choosing to go right at Jansen and is able to pass him with the second ball there.
Making him use the entire court is JW Jansen. Oh, calling this ball out of bounds, excuse me.
Yeah, and I'd like another look at this one myself.
You calling that in? Okay. Okay. 7-4.
Little conversation here. Julian Arnold gets the ball back as it was out of bounds.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like they're ultimately calling that backhand volley from Jansen out. Doesn't look like he challenged.
It was awfully close. Not sure about that one.
4-8.
Let you be the judge at home.
Side out.
Another side out for Julian Arnold.
Yeah, again, it's the amount of RPMs in the topspin that Arnold's able to get on that backhand roll that makes that shot from Jansen so much more difficult.
I like that you're using RPMs right there. There's a few on that one. Revolutions per minute.
There it is.
What
there
it is for pickleball. I'm curious how much that ball can spin off these paddles.
Would love to look at some studies, yeah.
Side out.
I'm sure that there's some numbers out there somewhere. I'm sure they're coming our direction right now.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be the same level of tennis, but it's starting to become more with paddle technology becoming a little grittier.
Julian Arnold with the cross court.
Yeah, nothing you can do really there if you're Jansen. You've been beat so many times with the backhand up the line. You know, you can't cover it all, unfortunately.
Three in a row, just peppering the backhand side is Arnold.
Yeah, is able to get around that ball, stay more open stance with his backhand, and really get his left hand using to create that spin and angle.
Julian Arnold is at match point. Andiamo all day. 11-4. Julian Arnold, the number 5 seed, takes down number 4.
Just incredibly thrilled for Annalie, but also jealous.
Yes.
A Range Rover at 16. Just the look on her face, just awesome. And we're so happy for Annalie Waters, who is just a great ambassador throughout the entire game of pickleball.
No doubt about it. And she's going to want to come in here hot, get on top of a player who's coming in with some confidence, as we talked about, beating Lauren Stratman.
Jenna Hessert to serve, and off we go from Phoenix. Annalie coming right up, wasting no time.
Yeah, and it's going to be relentless pressure from Annalie. She's going to want to see what does Hessert have to offer.
Side out.
Just a little bit wide that time.
Yeah, and you're going to have to make Annalie beat you. I mean, if I'm Hessert,
0-0.
I got nothing to lose in this match. I know I'm the underdog. Play loose and make her hit shots.
Point.
And a lead early doesn't hurt the confidence either, even if it's just one.
1-0.
Hessert a little short that time, a side out. Now to Annalie Waters.
Yeah, I like that first drop from Hessert, but being able to take that ball low with the two-handed backhand and just put it in the corner, she's got every shot in the book.
Oh, beauty by Hessert, and it is imperative that she gets off to a good start.
She does, and you know, she's gotten Annalie to miss just a couple by an inch or so, and then passing her like that, as long as she's up 1-0, that lead feels even bigger than just one.
Side out.
And you're going to spray some balls into the upper deck, too, some of the time, because you're trying to go for a little too much when you've got the phenom in front of you, but you got to just keep swinging. It's okay. Missing that by an inch or by 5 feet doesn't matter. It's still out.
Annalie's still looking for her first point. It comes right there off the shot long from Hessert.
1-1. Side out.
Even Annalie stares at the paddle and blames that paddle tech there after that one goes deep.
Side out.
Other storylines we're following. Leigh Jansen also making a presence out here in Phoenix. Probably just behind Annalie Waters on the women's side. Also, Catherine Parenteau you have to talk about in singles if there's any real challengers to the number 1.
Yeah, those are the 3 you expect to see in semifinals, that's for sure, Drew. Oh, and Hessert's like, seriously? Like, that was as soft a dribbler as you can ever have. And Annalie Waters even has that going for her. A little birthday present from the net a week later.
Oh, beauty. Right to the back line. Just in for Annalie.
Yeah, and Annalie hit 4 consecutive balls in the exact same spot, and Hessert just kept guessing. You got to go forehand on one of these, don't you? The answer, unfortunately, was no.
Annalie hits it long. Side out coming up.
Yeah, that's the rare opportunity where Annalie in singles, you usually don't get a shot at an ATP. It's a rarer sight than in doubles. We see a lot of them. Got way too much of that and banked it off our video board back there.
Wide that time. Annalie Waters coming off a triple crown at the Masters back on January 15th.
2-4.
Yeah, she's definitely focused on how many of those can she rack up in 2023.
Point.
And that's a good lead by Hessert. And I wouldn't be in any hurry to go get that ball. Take your time. Score's close. You're getting some unexpected misses from Waters here.
3-4.
I'd love to see her go for a little more on her serve just to make it a little more difficult for Waters to dictate the point.
Point.
And I know Annalie just had the birthday, but she is handing out presents to Hessert all over the place here.
Tied at 4. That one hit wide as well. So Annalie a little bit off her game here in game number 1.
I mean, she was going to sit there whether she was playing or not, but now she can really be honed in on how can I help my daughter in any way get to a win. And are you kidding me? 2 dribblers. Well, sometimes timeouts work in your favor because you play a great point. Other times you plop it on the top of the net and it rolls over.
Oh, beauty by Annalie Waters. That's what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes a little chat with mom is what it takes to get any 16-year-old in shape.
Point.
And that one into the net. It'll be another point for Waters.
Yeah, and Hessert just got to, this is her first deficit. Just keep applying pressure.
Point.
That one just long. Annalie now starting to string them together.
7-5.
Oh.
And there's the two-handed backhand that Leigh Waters is known for. And Hessert is coming in on balls that are way too shallow in the court, giving Leigh
1 minute.
multitudes of options. And now she's executing the opportunity she wasn't when she called timeout. We'll see if Hessert can flip the switch as well, because it's been all AL since the timeout.
Welcome back here to the Carvana PPA Tour. Drew Felios alongside Dave Fleming. Leigh Waters, Jenna Hessert battling here on championship court.
Side out.
Leigh caught a little flat-footed that time.
Yeah, and you see Hessert has this gigantic windup of her two-handed backhand. She takes it up over her head and able to get the paddle in position, and then nice roll on it there. So good timeout for Hessert. Stop the run.
Side out.
Just destroys it right on top of the kitchen.
Yeah, way too high on that two-handed backhand. So as Hessert transitions to doubles, that big takeaway will be much harder to be that productive, but from the baseline, it's okay.
Side out.
Dave, you play somebody like Leigh Waters. What do you hope to do? Break up her rhythm, just get her off her game? How do you do it?
Yeah, you have to not play safe. And so I'd love to see Hessert hit a big serve and go for shots, because just hanging in rallies will not work.
And just a bit wide from Hessert. She really wanted that one.
Yeah, and that's much better. She forced a short ball and went for it and just missed it. If Lee's going to hang back, you're like, yay, thank you. So you need to take advantage.
Point.
Oh, got to have that one in a match of this magnitude.
Yeah, Hessert hit a baseline and a sideline and was in perfect position, and then just got off balance at the kitchen.
Point.
And it affects the next shot as well.
Timeout receiver.
It absolutely
10-5,
does.
1 minute.
Yeah, I know.
So Jenna Hessert, singles. Take a look at what's going on around the bracket. She wins this. Leigh Jansen is waiting. Irina Tereschenko, one of the most underrated players in the game. We saw what she did in the team game last week at MLP. Runs it down.
Point. Game 11-5.
Leigh Waters taking care of business right now.
1-0.
On center court. 1-0 lead. Game number 2.
Point.
Open court. Leigh knows what to do with it.
Yeah, now it's Leigh playing her game, moving Hessert all over the court. And we mentioned the track background of Hessert, so she can certainly cover the court, but the positioning of Leigh Waters just way too good here. And Hessert's got to do more with the return, or every point's going to look the same.
Just another unstoppable shot. What do you do with that?
You clap your paddle and say that just too good. Sometimes you just got to tip your cap or your visor in this case.
Side out.
And that is a beautiful roll by Hessert. So when someone is at the kitchen line, you've got that much topspin. I talked about how she has that big windup to get there. A lot of left hand on that. It's a beautiful ball by Hessert, who you have a good look at. She's going to challenge Dylan Frazier for spinning the paddle the most between points.
Oh, that's a nice one. Best shot so far by Jenna Hessert.
Love it. And she clearly likes her two-handed backhand. We saw her roll one cross court on the point before and then held it. And that's what you can do with the two-handed backhand. You can hold it and then pick your mark. That's a beautiful ball.
Mentioned her background in track and field. She is also really big into CrossFit. Tremendous stamina.
That's a great return from Leigh Waters there. Not just placement, but Hessert's backhand was high. You cool it off with that return. Smart play.
Great job by Hessert to stay alive, but cannot get the ball back over. Great effort.
So Hessert is showing us that CrossFit, and Leig's like, well, I want to see more. How much of this court can you cover, Miss Hessert? Because I'm going to show you every nook and cranny. It's just too good from Leigh Waters.
4-1 now.
Point.
And it is that time of the match here for Hessert. She has got to at least find some way to slow Leigh down, or else Waters is going to be advancing. 11-5, 5-1 here in Phoenix at the Carvana PPA. Back here on the Carvana PPA Tour, Leigh Waters closing in on another victory.
5-1.
Did it graze the line?
I think it did. What a shot from Hessert coming out of the timeout. Well played. Now go after your serve is my answer here. Like, don't let it make her beat you with her best.
Side out.
Love the idea, just got to make it.
Side out back to Leigh.
Because she went for the serve, got a shorter return, was in control of the point. You just got to get that next one in.
Side out.
Yeah, Hessert has big windups. She has a huge, like, you want to talk about a cut. This lady could hack. If you have any weeds that need to be taken care of at your house, this lady's cut could take care of it.
Leigh right now just dialing it in.
And again, if the points are from the baseline and you're the person that's leaving the ball shorter, you're just going to slowly fall farther and farther behind in the rally.
Side out.
And to the net that time. Side out back to Hessert trying to hang around.
Yeah, and you saw the variety in serves from Leigh Waters there. She went with just a lob serve. That forces the other player to generate the pace. And Hessert hit a ball in the kitchen off the return. She ends up winning the point because Leigh, I think, was stunned at how short. Sometimes a short return actually can really help you if it's that short.
Point.
Now 5-2. Hessert can just find a way to stay alive. Well done.
Yeah, you know, sometimes when you're in trouble like she was in the shot before that, just get a stab on a ball and keep it as deep as you can and then make them pass you. Hessert does so there, and she's within
3-5.
Oh, what a shot by Leigh Waters.
So this is a few times that Hessert's been caught resetting, going back to the right-hand side, and Leigh just keeps putting it in the same spot you just were, and then you get a missed serve. So this is where you got to go. You're in a little lull in quality from Leigh here. Hit a big serve and go get something.
Wide that time from Hessert. Side out back to Waters.
Yeah, very safe serve from Hessert there.
5-3. Reserve. 5-3. Point.
Wide that time from Hessert. Dave, you watched Leigh last week in the team competition, Major League Pickleball. Never seen her that animated.
A lot of entertainment value when the ball wasn't in play at that event.
Going to get it. Oh, nearly pulled it off.
AL with the tweener, but just couldn't get enough height on that after that. That's a great get from Hessert right there, and then short on the tweener. But We're here to entertain.
Point.
Speaking of entertainment, Jay Devilliers entertaining the crowd here in Phoenix earlier on today.
It's on fire. He'll be our next match in the first men's semis.
Can't wait for that.
Side out.
And Leigh will let that one go.
Yeah, this same sort of pattern from the first
6-4.
game. Hessert trying to find a way, but those short returns just make life so difficult.
Point.
Popped up another, and it'll be a point for Waters now, 7-4.
Because you can see that
7-4.
CrossFit athleticism, that can be a big advantage in singles.
Point.
And that's something she used in her first match, going 3 long games after getting run over 11-0 against Stratman. So
Timeout receiver. 8-4.
Oxygen, the
1
lungs,
minute.
and the cardio not in question at all with Hessert.
Here on the Carvana PPA Tour, Drew Felios, Dave Fleming in Phoenix at the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Open. Another beauty by Leigh.
Yeah, and another short return from Hessert in the middle of the court. And while that was 4 shots ago, it's still the problem.
And when she's playing like this right now, there is nobody that can stop her.
No, and as we mentioned in the Open, she hasn't lost since June.
10-4.
That was a few months ago, Drew.
It's match point, Dave. Just bringing it. That is why she is the best player in the women's game.
Audio medium, we're in the truck, and this is going to be great.
Federico Staksrud to serve, and off we go. Devilliers says it's out.
I think he gave him the flat hand, which means it's in. So Staksrud starts with a passing shot winner.
And 2 in a row here out of the gate.
Point.
Nothing better than getting a ball on the line and then a miss. I mean, just, you know, there's nerves, and you come out here and make 2 balls is huge.
How about 3 in a row?
How about Filth? Just a gorgeous roll. So he's gone backhand side twice, and then this is what paddle technology on that Yola allows you to do, shape the ball that well, and Staksrud looks great.
Devilliers gets one back, and it'll be his first side out.
That's really important, you know, when you are playing a very evenly matched match, you don't want him to get too far out. Hey, it's going to be hard to rein that back in. Great volley from Devilliers.
Side out.
Staksrud, a native of Argentina.
Yes.
3-1.
Buenos Aires.
Absolutely beautiful country. And he hits it into the net, so side out will go back to the Flying Frenchman.
Side out.
Yeah, and Devilliers, you know, this match is early, and you don't want to be on that 0 for too long. Just it's mentally challenging. And that's 2 very loose one-handed backhand. A lot of these guys prefer to pass with 2-handers. Jay has a beautiful one-handed backhand. He'll hit the 2-hander some of the time as well, but not sharp with those. He was earlier with it. He'll dial that back in.
And right now, Devilliers watching winners whiz right by him.
Yeah, that one he guessed. You know, if your return sits up like that, you have to guess when you have a Staksrud across the net.
Doesn't make it over. Crowd wanted that one for Jay.
Yeah, that stayed on top of the net and posed for a picture, and then with all the backspin, it pulled it back onto Devilliers' side, and what a start for Federico.
Could not have asked for a better start. Devilliers hitting long, and he may need a timeout here.
He definitely does, because that is a ball he's going to make 99 out of 100, and that was the one, and it is 6-zip.
6-0.
Jay Devilliers not on track here at the start of this semifinal.
Yeah, stunning with the level that he brought earlier in the day. Sometimes
7-0.
if you sit for a minute, you lose that, and you got to find it again. You got to find it now.
That's just why Devilliers' match against Alex Newman was an absolute highlight reel. When he pickled Newman in that second game. And Newman was playing really well. Jay was just that much better. Trying to get on track, and it's not happening there.
Yeah, and that's a ball where Staksrud, if that comes over, he's going to eat it. He's got to drop that or bring it back cross court into the kitchen. Just not sharp so far for Devilliers.
Point.
Dave, what do you do in a situation like this? You know you're better than this. It's just all snowballing on you.
I'd love to see the timeout and just regroup and remember the pickle and how he played earlier.
There's the Jay Devilliers we're used to seeing.
You know, go back to basics. Find bigger targets. Get the depth on your returns, and you know, sometimes just getting rid of that 0 can get you going.
First point of the match for Jay Devilliers.
And the crowd will get behind him because of his flair. He just has to give them a reason to.
Point.
I mean, you can hear the crowd even cheering a missed return there. Imagine if he hits one of his classic Ernies or another highlight reel shot.
That looked like it was maybe wide.
Yeah, our camera's on the far side, so it's tough to see. Again, Devilliers not sure. He's actually asking Staksrud. I thought it was wide off the paddle. So I'm glad they're playing it wide here, because that appears to be what was right.
3-8.
Still a long way to go here for Jay Devilliers. And a side out now to Staksrud.
Yeah, and Staksrud has put nearly every return in that backhand corner, and it's paid off because Devilliers hasn't really found that one-handed pass.
Point. 9-3.
So 9-3 now for Federico. Make it 10-3.
And Devilliers can't believe it. Just first volley, so that fourth ball is so important to come in and put a volley deep that keeps you in front, and now he's staring down game point against.
Staksrud can't lift it that time. Jay Devilliers, perhaps final chance here in this first game to make something happen.
Yeah, and I love that Staksrud played an aggressive point on game point. That's what you want to do. He came in behind a good drop, just rolled it into the top of the net.
Oh, Staksrud just on point.
Side out.
Yeah, and it's keep your opponent guessing, and a lot of times the opponent is going to run to a spot, and it's sort of like a hockey goalie and a shootout. If you make the move first, you're going to have a puck behind you. Staksrud did that beautifully there.
Game point here. Devilliers is going to extend just a little bit longer.
Side out.
I think it's critical, Dave, for Devilliers to just build a little bit of momentum, even if he doesn't win this game.
100%. Just feel confident in the swings.
3-10.
Full pirouette of agony there for Devilliers. Just can't believe it. And that's why he'd like to, again, win this and just, okay, I lost, maybe it's 11-7 instead of where we're at.
Staksrud, long that time.
Yeah, he tried the jump in the air, will it to stay in. That superpower is reserved for Riley Newman only.
Devilliers, that shot right there has just not been there.
No, and he's staring at the heavens, and the heavens are his height, 6'3", all the way up to the limited clouds we have here. Can't believe this.
Beauty from Devilliers, his best shot of the match thus far.
Side out.
Yeah, he kept missing the first volley after the return, and there's just a gorgeous little dropper.
Staksrud, long way to go for Devilliers, cannot get there.
Yeah, so I see your drop volley, and I've got one even better. But again, such a high pass attempt from Devilliers there.
Nice.
And that's what a big man at the kitchen line can do. Don't over-hit the volleys. Make them move. Make them hit on the run. Beautiful point from Devilliers.
Devilliers just can't lift that one. Great effort right now we're seeing by both of these game competitors.
And Staksrud's got to get out the door here. He's just giving Devilliers too many extra balls to hit going in game 2.
Is that wide? Yes, it is. Sometimes the toughest point, Dave, is that final one at the end of a game or a match.
No doubt about it. The heart's beating a little more. You can see the finish line, but you are not past it.
310.
Oh! Pulled it off. Devilliers comes back, and how did he do that?
Well, he did it on a second bounce, so that's Staksrud's point there. So you don't see an ATP a lot, but that's a great job by Staksrud to get in there and not up for Devilliers.
Staksrud and Devilliers battling.
Time in. 10-3.
Got it. So finally, Staksrud had 5 game points before he was able to finally put it away.
An impressive dropping game 2 and coming back to take game 3 against the defending champion in JW Jansen. And that is the last thing Devilliers needed, was to start game 2 with a miss serve that didn't even go for it. There's nothing on that.
0-0.
Devilliers with an awesome shot, but Staksrud says, I got something for you even better. The ATP.
So Staksrud's read of this is phenomenal, because watch, he takes off right there and gets it. That's why this guy is consistently medaling in singles.
Just relentless pressure, just a little bit long.
Yeah, he went for a little trick shot inside out, and Devilliers didn't move, and he ended up being okay, did Staksrud, but pushed it a little deep.
Nice by Devilliers.
There's that one-handed backhand reach, and that's what he wants to do. Now this time the net cord helped him get that over, and then that's where his size advantage in those cat and mouse points at the kitchen will pay dividends for him.
Point.
Another point here. Jay, so happy-go-lucky, such a great personality, Dave.
No doubt about that.
And now starting to build some momentum.
We knew the one-handed beauty is in there, and the beautiful part about that ball was it was at its apex over the net. It wouldn't have been good anywhere else. Staksrud unable to find it.
Staksrud will get side out back here, trailing 3-1, game number 2.
And I just love how our game's got an Argentinian versus a Frenchman here. It's so fun.
Wide that time, the international growth of the game. It's going to continue here for years to come.
You know, obviously the United States has the predominance of the players in the world, but it's coming. Riley Newman, who doesn't play singles, was just on a tour of Australia, so it's great to see.
Devilliers will score again.
The decibel levels are up too, Drew, and that's always a good sign for Devilliers. As you hear the yas, and Staksrud knows that that's a problem. That's a smart timeout.
Crowd absolutely loves the flying Frenchman. He is starting to get in gear here in Phoenix. Come back to game number 2 in a moment. And a little bit later on, Ben Johns, Julian, Arnold will settle the score for the right to advance to Championship Sunday. Jay Devilliers starting to let it go here in Phoenix, and the crowd loves it.
So a little different shaping on some of these. This one he's taking up a little higher, but then still keeps it in. So he's had a slow roller. That's the higher roller. Staksrud can believe that stayed in the court, but all that topspin was the difference.
Side out. 1-5.
Serve was a little deep that time to Devilliers.
Yeah, Devilliers likes to take a couple steps in, hit that big slice backhand, and come in when he's feeling it. Couldn't get the footwork right on a great serve.
Watches that one hit just wide.
And that return is exactly what he wants to do, and a deep serve makes getting those feet and those steps just right. Beautifully done there by Devilliers, though.
Jay Devilliers starting to punch first. Seemed like he was on to the defensive that entire game 1.
It might just be that side of the court, because Staksrud misses a couple balls that look like the ones Devilliers missed in game number 1. And a stunning 180 here. And it's not stunning that Devilliers ahead. It's just the similarity of play, and that mistakes are being made on that side of the court that Staksrud's on currently.
Staksrud, awesome return that time. Played it right off the paddle.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do to be effective in singles. If you see you get a ball down, do not let your opponent off the hook. When they pop one up, you've got to come get it. Staksrud did that beautifully right there. And again, same exact pattern. That's what makes him so special, because he's got the lateral quickness to get to those balls when he puts a ball down off the baseline.
Former tennis player, University of New Orleans, is Staksrud. Devilliers will get a side out here, and he'll get a little pumped up for the crowd.
What a pickup that Devilliers pulled off his shoe tops there and kept it safe in the kitchen. Remarkable ball. Staksrud was ready to serve the next point. He thought he had a win. Would have gotten it by a little 5-8 me, I can assure you.
3-point lead here. Game 2. Devilliers paints the line.
And now you said he was punching back. Now he's punching the air as well, Drew. And, you know, these are the types of shots he has. Look out. Here's the Frenchman on fire.
Jay Devilliers, vintage flying Frenchman here in game 2.
Yes, and there's a Yola paddle leaning against the net. That is the sign of a timeout called again from Staksrud. And the backhand has been found. And that's sort of the entry point for his winning singles. Every return was going in that corner. Jay was spraying backhands everywhere in game 1. Now he's found it. Feel it. The players love it. And some players are geared better to have all that going on. Others do better in this format. But it was tons of fun, and Arnold's ready to try and win again.
That's why Devilliers continues the onslaught. And now he's a point away from forcing a game 3.
Oh, great.
Comes off the net. Staksrud will have a side out.
Yeah, I had a good look at a backhand to close this out. And again, Staksrud's in a little funk here. A lot of that is due to the level that Devilliers has brought his game to. You want to get out the door as quick as you can.
Devilliers changing directions.
Yeah, and Staksrud went up to tap paddles. That's so you can tell when a player's a little bit off because he didn't even realize that he had served that point, or maybe he had MOP in his head when it's rally scoring.
Another game point. Oh, nice.
So we've seen a lot of players winning going behind. We saw Leigh Waters do that a lot in her last match. So folks, again, let your opponent make that move, and that's a much easier ball to go behind them.
It's going to be a little long, so 10-5 now. What a slugfest this has turned into. Really fun match to watch.
Yeah, and if Devilliers can close this out, it'll be interesting. If we get best on best, we haven't had that yet.
Devilliers, just one better.
That's what 6'3" and that incredible reach can do for you. I mean, that is an unbelievable ball from Staksrud, and all he can do is go pick it up the corner and hit it back over. Wow.
Devilliers definitively in game number 2. 11-5, and we are going to a game 3.
We can't thank Carvana enough for being the sponsor of the tour this year. It's great to have them with us.
Okay, here we go. Game number 3. And a shot just wide from Staksrud's start.
And game 1 started with that exact pattern, and Staksrud hit the edge of the line. This time it goes wide.
And that near side to our cameras, the side that Staksrud is on, has been the winning side thus far. Let's see if that continues.
Well, the good news, if that's true for Devilliers, is we'll switch sides at 6 here. So he will be on, air quotes, the good side at the end of game 3 here. So that's something I would be telling myself if I'm Devilliers, like just get close and then get over there and win it.
Some notes from a match going on the opposite court. Devilliers comes up short against Troy Aiken, the 29th seed. So
yes,
new
JW
names.
Johnson.
JW Johnson,
yes.
Yep.
And another little fact about that is JW Johnson had beaten Troy Aiken in the main draw.
Wow.
Then they come through there, and Aiken is running over name players one after the other, and now takes out the defending champion. What a day for Aiken.
Devilliers, an easy put away.
I can't overrule from here.
So
was the foot on the line?
Thinks that ball is in, that little sneaky inside out he put on the line. Take a look at it. Very close. No replay, so we will play on with an out call.
Side out.
Winner of this match will advance to Championship Sunday and await the winner of Ben Johns and Julian Arnold.
Yeah, and while you say that, just to be clear for our audience, the format in 2023 is the 2 semifinal losers play for bronze. They do not go to the back draw.
Devilliers right now just starting to track everything perfectly.
Yeah, a little feeling out process. No one's been able to do something on serve here except for one ball.
Side out coming up.
Side out.
Yeah. Staksrud mixing it into the Devilliers forehand now, at least on that one. We'll see if that pattern continues.
Side out.
Again, that beautiful cut backhand return in the corner, and then the Frenchman is so big, it's hard to find that corner. Great leave by Devilliers.
Staksrud Nicely done.
And that goes all the way back to the return. Very smart adjustment from Staksrud returning to the forehand. That one-handed backhand was lethal in game 2. Why give it to him if you have a choice?
Staksrud wide.
And the reach of Devilliers makes you want to make your shots just a little too good, and then you pull them wide. So Staksrud's got to have him make a few. Don't let him off the hook.
Definitely an imposing figure is Devilliers. And that is in.
So sometimes we're stubborn as players, and he got 2 forehands up in the air, returned it there, was in control of the point. This time goes back to the backhand and pays the price.
2-0 now for Jay. Can't get that one over. Wanted that one.
Yeah, when you're in a advantageous position at the kitchen line there, that's when you don't need it to be too good because you're ahead.
0-2.
Goes for too big of a roll. And there could have been a slight carryover effect there as he's thinking about the ball he just hit in the net. You cannot let that trickle into another point here in game 3. And it did just that. So 1 miss equals a side out and 2.
Of course, Staksrud wants to speed it up.
Can't serve fast enough.
Absolutely. And now Jay Devilliers has to just pause.
Yeah, this is very dangerous. 2 missed returns and then a ball he was in perfect position on.
Staksrud now 4 in a row just like that.
Yeah, and Devilliers smart. Look, he's playing a little soccer with the ball. It's going to hit the post there. That looks like just randomness. There's nothing random about going on there. Let Staksrud wait over there for a second.
So a timeout going to be called here. Jay Devilliers trying to stop the bleeding at the moment. 5-2 in the blink of an eye, Dave, and you were right. The one mistake led to another, then it kind of becomes a mental game.
Smartly taking advantage of a player that was just a little bit off for a second and running out 5.
So 5-2 here, Staksrud to serve. Wow, Federico Staksrud just dialing it in here in game 3. He takes a 6-2 lead to the side switch. So a side switch here, game number 3. Jay Devilliers trying to get back into it. What a run by Staksrud. 6 in a row to take it into the side switch, and Devilliers still trying to right the ship here.
7-2.
Staksrud, great job matching him shot for shot, and Devilliers makes the error.
Just too casual on the last ball there from Devilliers, and he just, after the call situation and then a missed forehand on a dink, it's been all Staksrud. 4 return errors now. Just on tilt right now.
It's incredible how momentum is such a thing, especially in singles. Devilliers hoping that is the moment where things start to turn around, but he's got a long way to go.
It has to be, and Staksrud had the exact point he wanted. He came in and he had a ball up, and Devilliers guessed right. Can he get that pinball machine off tilt and get going here?
Staksrud not going to let that happen on his watch.
No, way high there. And again, Staksrud's going to grab that ball, and the second the score is called, he's going to be hitting it.
Staksrud misfires.
Yeah, and when you have an opponent in this position, you don't want to let them off the hook by missing. Make them hit balls. So bring the error back. Don't let the sidelines or the net be involved. Staksrud sprayed one there.
Of course, coming into this event, Tyson McGuffin, minor foot injury, not a part of it. certainly changes the way we look at the field.
No doubt, the defending silver medalist and single superstar.
Staksrud right now, Dave, he is just playing outstanding pickleball.
Yeah, and the energy meter that we saw that was so high for Devilliers in game 2 is at just near empty. He's got to find it now. There is no best 3 out of 5 here. It's 2 points away for the Argentinian.
Great job by Devilliers. Able to get that overhand. How did he return that?
Unbelievable. Played a ball off the net that he kept in. Again, Staksrud's like, this is 2 balls that I've played the perfect execution of a point I thought. But Devilliers was there.
Going to be a little bit long.
Side out.
So now the backhand is not exactly dialed in again.
9-3.
Staksrud just cannot take it to that next level. He is keeping the window open.
Yes, but Devilliers got to run through that window or it's going to be locked here in a second.
Backhand's not there.
I like that Staksrud is not playing safe, though. That was a nice, aggressive cross-court return in the corner. Make him hit a big shot to beat him.
9-3.
Staksrud owning this game number 3, and he's 1 point away from a berth in Championship Sunday.
Yeah, that's the pattern. When he gets a ball down, he comes and chases it, and he'd had 2 of those before that Devilliers did a great job of fending off, not that one.
Federico Staksrud. Tip your visor. What a match. Tremendous in game 1, struggled a little bit in game 2, but saw an opportunity in game 3 and ran with it.
Well, welcome back to Championship Court, where we have our first semifinal headed to Championship Sunday. Federico Staksrud. Federico, congratulations. You won game 1. You went down, lost game 2, and then you went on a 9-point streak in game 3. What was going on there?
No, I think Jay had a slow start, but I knew that in any moment he could come back and start playing his best level. I mean, that's what happened at the end of the first set. He started playing amazing, and then he had a great second game, and then kind of got a momentum going on third set, and I could finish it.
Well, you're known to be an extremely hard worker, Federico. What are you doing in 2023 to really up that training and level up?
Yeah, a lot of drilling, a lot of off-court training for sure. But yeah, this sport is getting to a level where if you're not doing those things, you're not going to be up there trying to compete. So I'm trying to maximize that for sure.
Well, all of the hard work is paying off. You came away with a silver medal against a very wide and talented field at the Masters just a few weeks ago. You're now into another final. What are you going to do to make sure you land at the top of the podium on Sunday?
Yeah, we'll see who I'm playing against, and then try to have a game plan and try to execute, try to give my best. If not, we'll try next week.
Good luck on Sunday.
Loves it. She has fun, and she has all the shots. The rolling forehand, the backhand, she can make it work.
And Tereschenko wide here to start.
She's also the MLP GOAT. She's won 4 of the 5 of them. I mean, that's impossible. But that, again, her personality, she's a great teammate, and that oozes. And so here's another member of the Mad Drops who won it, playing a Mad Drop on the other side. So,
oh, Catherine, a long way to run, and Irina absolutely pulls the string, saying, how did I just do that?
Irina's done for the day after that. So, you know, that's why the MLP is interesting. Now you're playing one of your partners just this past week, and then Irina just hits a ridiculous shot right there. Well done.
Point.
And a point now for Tereschenko. That great personality. You said it, though. Her attitude infectious in that team environment. So positive. Parenteau comes right back.
Yeah, and I think that was very good for Catherine, who is a fiery but more subdued and elegant player on the court, to have Irina by her side as a member. And then they had Julian Arnold screaming everywhere, and that helps as well.
Parenteau comes up with a big one.
Yeah, that was one of those. Tereschenko thought she missed the return, and then it landed on the baseline. So everything was working her way until that ball kissed off the net.
Two players, once great tennis players. Is it absolutely essential when you come into pickleball that you have a tennis background?
It's not essential at all. It certainly helps a lot, and your stroke mechanics certainly help. You know, after this point, I want to talk about an interview I had the other day that sort of pays off where I think this is going.
Tereschenko a little long.
So now, yes, tennis background sets you up for success, but the 8- and 9-year-olds that are playing this now will have never hit a tennis ball. They will just be pickleball players all their life. How fun is that to think about?
Absolutely. Parenteau out to the 5-1 lead.
But certainly having ripped two-handed backhands up in East Lansing, Michigan as a Spartan doesn't hurt your pickleball drill.
Great start for Parenteau.
Point. 6-1. Side out.
Just deep there for Parenteau. Again, switched to Selkirk recently, and really has that power air Selkirk paddle dialed in now.
Oh, Catherine Parenteau. What a shot.
Beautiful touch, and then almost apologized for it. Just sorry. Just smart shot. If your opponent is way deep, expecting a deeper ball, just got to make it. She left plenty of margin there.
Tereschenko comes back with one of her own. It'll be side out.
And Irina, much like we talked about with Devilliers, needs to hit a couple of those fun shots. She had one on the very first rally. Get that crowd. The crowd wants her to do well. They just do.
Side out.
Just short that time.
But the crowd can't be the crowd behind you if your play doesn't inspire it. So you've got to be the catalyst.
Yep.
6-1.
Crowd a little subdued here right now. Tereschenko, great job staying in it, Dave. Just could not squeeze that one in.
Yeah, and there's that beautiful two-handed roll that Parenteau can do. She can bring that down the line or take the big left hand and let the left hand roll that almost like a left-handed forehand. That's a beautiful ball that forced the error.
Oh, Catherine Parenteau, everything working right now.
And that is a ridiculous level of difficulty to be on the full run. She's one of the ladies that slides into the ball. I'd have ACLs all over the ground if I was doing any of that. And then is able to punch it inside out into the opening. Elegant mover, beautiful finish.
Catherine Parenteau, fist pump to go with that one. And it's 9-1.
Yeah, I might want to put the ball down the middle here and not give Parenteau angles, because her backhand is on fire right now.
9-1.
Went for the winner that time, just a little bit wide.
And that's what Tereschenko did. So if you return the ball down the middle, you don't give angles away, and it's hard to find an angle when you're in the middle of the court that stays in because you go for too much and pull it wide. Smart from Tereschenko right there.
Steep hill to climb here for the number 3 seed.
Side out.
It'll be side out once again for the former Michigan State Spartan.
Yeah, you even heard someone in the crowd yell almost. I mean, you don't hear that very often from the crowd, just urging Tereschenko on.
Just wide that time, and now Parenteau a point away from a victory here in game 1.
10-1.
Catherine Parenteau a little too much in this first game for Irina. Tereschenko overpowering down the stretch.
Game 2, time in, 0-0.
Just wide. Dave, we talked about the paddle switches from players around the tour and how much news it gets and how much conversation it gets in the game nowadays.
It does, because it's a arms race now, and you saw a beautiful ball from Catherine's former paddle company, Paddle Tech, from Irina Tereschenko right there. Yeah, you want to have the latest, so the margins are so thin, you want to have, as a player, the best stuff that's out there.
Tereschenko looking for anything to try and build some momentum.
And all the rage now, of course, Drew, is carbon fiber and what you're able to do to shape the ball and how you can do that. We saw Ben Johns coming up later. He'll have that Project Perseus paddle from Yola, which it's just going to continue because the players are going to demand it. The Onyx players, Lucy Kovalova and Matt Wright, showed up at the Masters with new paddles from Onyx. Everybody's looking. You've seen Devilliers, a new company. You've got everybody trying to give the players just a little more. And Selkirk was at the front of this. They created labs. They had the 001, the 002, which is a very heavy pace paddle. And now the Power Air that you see Catherine Parenteau using.
Just a little bit long. Zane Navratil also sporting a new one.
Yeah, the Pro XR with his, and then the Ace of Spades, as I love to call it, from Pro Kennex that Callan Dawson and Megan Design use. That's probably the hottest paddle of all, from just hitting absolute BBs all day long.
Parenteau, Tereschenko on the return, went long that time. So side out to Catherine, looking for her first point here in game 2. Tereschenko just cannot square it up consistently.
Yeah, she was in great position there, and you can hear her talking to herself. That's a volley she's going to make most of the time and get the ball back.
1-1. Point.
Put away that time by Catherine.
And again, got the ball down, so your paddle is in a great position. Your opponent is hitting up. Got to chase it. Parenteau did just that. Great finish.
Oh, Irina frustrated. Should have had it.
What athleticism, though, from Parenteau to be able to get a mishit ball over her head. She did not consider a tweener, although I would have liked it just from an entertainment value. But put a beautiful ball back into the kitchen and wins the rally. And look who's watching over her shoulder, none other than Anna-Leigh Waters.
Oh, Parenteau, absolutely gorgeous.
And a very methodical point there. Put the ball on the ground a couple times, just kept diving it low. Tereschenko's having to hit up, and then wide open court.
4-1. Side out.
Tereschenko gets one back. Crowd reacts.
I mean, they are looking for anything to get behind it. This is a great job of putting that volley right in the corner from Tereschenko.
Irina, the finish.
And the sorry not sorry on the let court is sometimes you'll hit that and it'll take all the pace off it, and a player that thought they were in perfect position has to pick it up on the second bounce. So that's, let's see if that break is what propels Tereschenko forward.
Within 2, and now Catherine with a miscue hits it into the net.
2 net cords in a row, Drew. Why not?
And an opportunity here for Irina Tereschenko.
1 minute.
Parenteau will lay the paddle down and call timeout. 4-3 here, game number 2. Welcome back to the desert. Is there any better place to be, Dave, in early February than here?
No, there's 3 weeks of pickleball and some little football game in between out here. So, yeah, great place to be.
That would be the Super Bowl.
Indeed.
Side out.
Eagles Chiefs should be awesome.
4-3.
Catherine Parenteau, 1-point lead here over Irina Tereschenko.
Side out.
And she hits wide, side out back to Irina.
And I love that timeout from Parenteau before these last 2 rallies. Just she felt the crowd getting a little excited, like shut that down. Make her earn it back again.
Oh, beauty by Irina Tereschenko.
Tereschenko looking much better up at the kitchen line here in game 2.
You mentioned football. Has it already been a year since Larry Fitzgerald came out on this court and battled Annalie Waters?
It was exactly 1 year ago, and the place was jumping.
Side out.
On that very court right there, we had absolute future Hall of Famer and beloved Arizona Cardinal Larry Fitzgerald, who is a Major League Pickleball team owner.
Right.
Arizona Drive.
Catherine Parenteau, nicely done. There was also a swimmer here, if I can remember.
Yeah, a guy that's gotten more medals than anyone ever. Michael Phelps showed us his getting started in pickleball skills.
5-4.
Certainly a night to remember.
Side out.
Steve, you see Jim Ryan, the referee, confirms the call, and his wife Vicky also, so it's a family affair there, Drew, with the Ryans and their refereeing.
Side out.
Tied at 4.
5-4.
Now 1-point edge here for Parenteau. Catherine Parenteau just drops one in the perfect spot.
Yeah, just a beautiful, again, shaping the ball, and that's that confidence you have to have in just not just the swing pattern, but the paddle too. And there are no strings on that power air. There is a smiley face at the bottom of it. It's a beautiful ball from her, and now a miss return. Cannot have that.
Seven, 4.
Parenteau hits wide.
Just late on that. I love her coming in behind it, but the paddle was behind her and she knows it, and pushed that wide paddle face that needed to be closed there. She came in, the paddle was dragging behind her.
Catherine with another winner. You know, Dave, there are some ferocious competitors here on the tour. I don't think there's a player that wants to win as bad as Catherine Parenteau.
She is certainly at the top of that list. You don't actually see it on her face as much as some of the others because she's so composed, but absolutely will do anything in her power to get to the finish line.
Got tagged that time.
4-7.
Tereschenko now starting to build some momentum.
Yeah, we saw it with Staksrud. We saw it with Parenteau. When you get a short ball on the return and they're coming in, come take advantage of it. Do not let that next ball bounce. Great job by Tereschenko.
Point.
That ball hit long, so now Irina Tereschenko, she is within 1 here in game number 2.
6-7.
And it continues for Tereschenko, tying it up.
Timeout.
7 apiece. And Irina has found something.
Yeah, if that would just be Thomas Wilson, we'd have the whole MLP winning mad drops back to back. We get 3 of the 4, though. So it's definitely proved to be a good flow of energy, and that's a bad miss for Parenteau coming out of the timeout.
You know, it can't be easy, too, for Parenteau and Tereschenko after being teammates last weekend. Now they got to face each other. And that's Irina's best shot of the match.
And she has righted this ship, and I think you're right. I think you just have to throw away the teammates thing and go, this is for me, and this is as selfish as you need to be here at 9-7. Hit a great return.
Side out.
Wow, a gift for Parenteau. So, yeah, Tereschenko with a kick.
7-9.
Irina gets to it. Oh, can't lift it.
And again, we talked about things that carry over. A missed serve can carry over a little bit. The return just stayed in there for her, though. She's got to throw that missed backhand away.
Tereschenko has battled back in this game, but now Parenteau starting to make her move.
Yes, and someone with an Apple Watch is loving that with the pointing. Again, got to have the depth on the return.
9-9. Side out.
Tereschenko going to have a chance, Dave. She can string together 2 here.
Yeah, so you got to go, okay, I had the ball in 9 and I missed the serve. Who cares? Got it back.
9-9.
Win 2 points and we're playing a 3rd game.
Catherine Parenteau attacking.
Yeah, and you see that Tereschenko's in no hurry to go get the ball in the corner, and that is a smart choice. That's a great first ball from Parenteau to dig that out of there on that replay.
9-9.
2 household names in the women's game. Parenteau and Tereschenko 9-9 here in game 2. Oh, yes, Catherine.
So the danger of the drop volley is if you don't execute it perfectly, you are bringing your opponent into the net, and they've got choices. And Tereschenko split steps and pushes to the right, goes to the left, and we're at match point.
Catherine's got that toolbox she can go into so many different shots. And that is going to be long. So Catherine Parenteau, 11-1, 11-9.
To championship Sunday, Irina Tereschenko making quite a push in game 2, but you were able to finish it off. How'd you do it?
Yeah, I finally moved forward. I think she was doing a really good job of dropping the ball short, so it was a little hard to adjust at first, but then I realized that she kept doing it, so I just adjusted pretty well, and then I was happy to get the W. She's a tough player, so yeah.
Something that's so distinctive about your game is those roll drops. They are, I mean, the best shot on the court. For me, I was watching, I was thinking, Catherine shot this roll drop. Explain how you do that. How do you make that such a penetrating shot?
I would say I just do a lot of reps of them. I practice and just work on my top spin. Yeah, I would say just a lot of reps, and it's really more of like a 3rd shot drop. I think about it like in doubles. It's the 3rd shot drop in doubles. I like to do it in doubles as well. So yeah, just go out there and try to roll it in the corner, reps.
Well, you just debuted this new Selkirk paddle. You started playing with it about a tournament ago. How are you breaking in and adjusting to that paddle?
I'm still getting adjusted to it, but I love it. It's got great power and spin, so I'm really happy with it.
All right, good luck on Sunday, Catherine.
Thank you.
Great to have you with us on day 1 here of this JW Marriott Desert Ridge Open. Number 1 against number 5. Julian Arnold coming off a big win over JW Jansen. Let's do this.
0-0. Point.
First point to Ben.
And that's wicked quality to start with, because that was a tremendous return from Arnold.
1-0. Point.
You'll also see Ben Johns is really going after that serve. He goes through the same
2-0.
motion each time, bounces the ball a few times, and then just uncorks.
Nicely done.
Side out.
Side out coming up here for Julian.
Yeah, placement over power, just a little short roller there. Johns tried to drop it but couldn't get it to bounce.
0-2.
Smart shot selection from Arnold.
Ben Johns getting by Kyle Lewis, also Christian Alshon. Well played match.
Lots of tweeners from our tweener king, Alshon. He's coming. He's coming for these guys.
I was very impressed.
2-0.
He is a talented singles player for sure, and his doubles is only getting better.
Ben Johns has the final say.
And Arnold had that .1 and took it easy on Johns on an overhead, and then he was in trouble.
How about this reaction too from Ben?
Read the paddle face, and that's what he does better than anybody. He knew that was going down the line just deep. So not only is he the most talented player, but he's reading everything and knows your tendencies better than anybody in the world.
First point for Arnold. Not only does he know tendencies, but he adjusts mid-match, I think, better than any player in the world. Does Ben? How about that beauty from Julian?
Yeah, sort of a mid-transitionary return, and Arnold doesn't do too much, picks his spot. A lot of times just placement over power is so important.
And now 3 in a row.
3-3.
So 3 on each side here in game 1. Ben Johns in attack mode.
Yeah, so if you try to hit it through Johns from the baseline, you're just going to eat it every time. That time right at Johns. That ball's got to dip to a sideline or drop in the kitchen and bounce.
Side out.
2 missed serves in a row, so you know that's in the budget, but you don't want it to be more than 2. You do want to go for it though, because it sets the whole opportunity to score in motion.
Point.
And suddenly a few mistakes from Ben Johns, and Arnold takes the lead.
4-3.
A little devilish giggle in the middle of that, and then a let's go, and Arnold talking about putting pressure on. He will let you know what he's thinking. We don't have to guess, Drew. He'll tell us.
There's Julian Arnold again, the former tennis star at UCLA with some major momentum.
Major momentum indeed. Again, he gets the ball to be popped up off the backhand side of Ben Johns and comes in and finishes. That's been the winning formula for everybody that's playing on Sunday. And just a mess of mistakes here from Johns in this run for Arnold.
7-3.
If you are Julian Arnold, I don't think there's a better time to get the #1 player than right now when you are at the top of your game.
And you are getting a rare sight. Like, this is a unicorn. Ben Johns calling timeout in singles rarely happens.
Rare timeout for Ben Johns. Julian Arnold clicking on all cylinders. I know we're still early in this match. If he goes on to win it, how big of an upset?
Massive. Absolutely massive. Not that he's not very capable, but Ben Johns comes in here dialed in, and Arnold is showing that he's got plenty in it, and there's the benefit of the timeout. Calm down. Andiamos were screaming. The crowd was riding the wave, and
3-8.
missed third, and now Ben's got to start making the serves and making his shots. And this is a game Arnold has to have to pull the upset off. Up 8-3, you have to get to the finish line.
4-8.
Into the net that time from Johns, and another side out coming up for Julian.
Yeah, not the most comfortable two-handed backhand that I've seen from him. Kind of got that close to his body. Big swing, didn't get through it. So that's 2 missed thirds in a row since he got to 8-3, and that's Arnold's got to not have the dips and valleys in his game, because when they're high, they are so high. He's just got to keep it there.
Comes off the net. Arnold can't do anything with it.
Unlucky, obviously, there, and Ben's not going to be in a huge hurry. Just a very cash, sorry, not sorry. They're just like, here's my new paddle. Hey, sorry.
Arnold in on that back line.
Just way too high on the drive from Ben Johns. All the top players will crunch that every time. It's got to be much lower to the tape.
8-5 lead here.
And another missed return, and Johns has handed out a lot of goodies for the Super Bowl party that Arnold might be having in his mind right here. Wow.
So it is game point here for Julian Arnold. Crowd a bit shocked here in Phoenix.
I'm shocked. Not from the score, but the way.
And that is why Julian Arnold hustles up to the net for the paddle tap. In pro pickleball, you've always got a target on your back. Right now, that target has grown on the back of Ben Johns. Julian Arnold bearing down on him.
Yeah, he's bearing down, and he's getting some gifts, and he took advantage of it, and that's what he had to do.
0-0.
Ben Johns can't square that one up, and there's an Andiamo.
And that was jet engine volume level there. Full scream from Arnold. Forced to hit 3 backhands in a row, goes down the line twice, and then rips that Tui with the left hand. That's impressive. That's a great start for him. The worst thing that happened there is the ball. We're having an egg hunt over there in the crowd somewhere. Arnold wants that same ball and would like to have played 3 points during this delay just to keep it going. I'm sure that's the same ball. That's everything you want. I beat Johns. Let's keep that same stuff going. I'm telling you, that delay was unfortunate there for Arnold.
Now, that's a great point. So here's Ben Johns now. Let's see if he can get back in this match. Not this time.
Yeah, and Arnold's making Johns hit tough balls from the baseline. That first stick volley is so critical when you are coming in as a returner in singles. Beautiful job so far from Arnold, and he's getting the mistakes.
Inside out that time from Johns. Nicely done. And misses a serve. And uncharacteristic.
Turns around, is looking around, can't believe it.
Side out.
Johns will get the side out back.
Yeah, and I think he thought he missed that return off the paddle there. It was kind of shanked. It caught the line. Very short. That's Arnold. Arnold's having that conversation. I think it ended up in, but Arnold's like, man, that was not clean. Can a little break like that be the difference for Johns to get going?
Point.
First point for Ben Johns here in this game, too.
Still convicted. He's still going for big serves. I like it.
Point.
So another point for Johns. Johns, a Triple Crown winner at the Hyundai Masters.
2-1. Point.
And despite missing that serve earlier in this game, keeps going for it and gets 2. And those are more forced missed returns than unforced because of the pace and the depth he's putting on the serve.
just getting all the right opportunities at this point.
And you saw him wave that paddle right here before he hits this forehand. Where am I going? And pulls it. Beautiful job.
Another gorgeous shot by Julian Arnold. He is playing near perfect.
Really like it. And, you know, he's gotten some help from the #1 player, and that sometimes is going to be part of the equation, but his level's been terrific.
Side out.
Yeah, you heard him say, oh, it's there. Jansen did not like the return he just hit either. Got away with something a little short.
3-2.
Right down the line, it's in.
Side out.
And those are the points you would think that Ben would be ahead on. Get to that cat and mouse, which means they're staring each other down with more of the softer game at the kitchen line. Arnold knows he doesn't want to hang out in that for a while, so he's firing away and he's hitting his targets.
That one just looked funny. And now tied at 3 here.
And Arnold's trying to make sure the people in Tucson knows what's going on here. Big volume.
That's long.
Side out.
Huge stab volley from Johns, but he is frustrated seeing him shaking his head. You feel like he's down in this game, but it's 3 apiece, Drew.
3-3.
Critical point of this match right here.
Point.
3 of the 4 points for Arnold has given up here have been on his missed returns.
Point.
Ben Johns looking like he's about to slow down this freight train in the form of Julian Arnold. 2-point lead here.
He's willing to keep going aggressively after a serve despite some misses.
And hits it wide.
Big deep breaths from Ben Johns don't happen too often.
3-5.
And Arnold, they're going to say that is in. So close.
Perfect lob in the corner. You see that almost only in tennis. You almost never see a ball land like that in, and then he whips a winner into the corner. What a combo platter there for Julian Arnold.
4-5.
Now within 1.
Side out.
That's it long. Remember, the winner of this match gets Federico Staksrud on Championship Sunday.
4-5. Side out.
That's just wide.
So again, Arnold's had a couple of looks here. Not the easiest ball, but he hasn't made John's play. And this feels like he needs to win game 2 to win the match, because John's level will only rise.
You let the world's best player hang around, you're certainly going to pay for it. Now Ben leads by 2.
John's definitely attacking that backhand volley of Arnold with most of his drives.
That's the one thing about Ben too. He'll take your best shots and he will keep his composure. He does not flinch. Right now, looks like he is starting to climb back into it here in game 2. MC, general manager, everything, all the hats you wear. Dave, great to be back with you.
Thrilled to have you here, brother. And the timeout wizard strikes Ben Johns there as he misses a serve, and that was not well struck either. So let's see if Arnold can get after it here. And No, you miss a serve. Oprah's hanging out missed serves here.
7-4.
Okay.
7-4 lead for the GOAT. Oh, what a point.
And the rare firefight in singles. Love to see it. And Arnold stares down Johns and wins it. He was ahead. It's sometimes hard when you have the two-hander there and you swing all the way through it to get your paddle back in position. But Arnold was able to do it there. Well done.
Just a little bit wide there for the MLP MVP.
So many opportunities here in game number 2 in this midsection here where Arnold either has just missed or floated one, missed a return, missed a serve.
Oh, Ben Johns, vintage on that point.
Yeah, and kind of waves like, where's that been? Like his reaction here is hilarious. Like, where is that been if we'd have let that run just another second to see that hand swing?
Side out.
Can't get that one over, and there is that shake of the head.
Yeah. Yeah, he has, in this match especially, shown what's going on inside that cranium of his with his body language. But the demeanor is that calm.
And Ben just a bit wide on that return. So 8-5. Julian Arnold trying to climb uphill here in game 2.
5-8.
Inspired, hungry to shake up men's singles is Julian Arnold.
Side out.
Yeah, another third where he's staring at his, hey, you helped create that paddle, brother. Like, of all the paddles out here, it's these two have no business. They had all the input on that paddle on either side. So you stare at it, you can stare, look in a mirror, boys.
Julian Arnold pulls one out of the hat. Oh, did he step on the line?
Point.
Oh, my. So that's Vicky Ryan on the call of the foot fault there. We saw her husband Jim Ryan on the call before. And when I said on the call before in the match before was Jim Ryan. And I think Vicky Ryan's all over it here.
5-9.
Clearly steps on the kitchen line.
Side out.
And what felt like just so difficult, and it's so close, and he's fighting. He's up 9-5 now, Drew.
Nothing has come easy, though, today for Ben Johns.
Point.
And now he's a point away from taking game number 2.
Yeah, Arnold had a weird, something happened with his footwork back there. And
10-5.
And Ben Johns, not his best stuff by far, but he finds a way to stay in it. And
can he execute? Had some opportunities, didn't do it. I expect Ben to play better here as well.
Side out.
Again, trying to crush that serve, but a little too much crush.
0-0.
Ben Johns with an absolute beauty to start game 3.
Yeah, and those are the points when they got, and they didn't get to the kitchen together a lot. But Arnold was winning those in games number 1 and 2, and this is where all the wizardry of Johns, as you see him rip it cross court, usually where he makes his money.
And he pushes it just a little bit wide. Dave, you know it is tough to beat a player when he's playing at his absolute best, like Julian Arnold is playing right now. That's what Ben's dealing with.
Yeah, he's got to take advantage. You know, Arnold did bring his level down a bit with some missed returns in game 2, and unforced error right there can't happen here when Sunday is on the line.
Got it.
And you see Johns' pace to get the ball. He's walking like an older dog. Here's the pace that he is just, you know, we're not in a hurry. Arnold will play at 100 miles an hour if it's going well.
0-1. Side out.
Quick glance at the paddle there from Arnold. Just hasn't quite been able to, since game 1, put shot after shot after shot back to back here, and that's what it takes to beat Johns.
Julian Arnold, just a shot better. Another great exchange.
Yeah, and that's a ball Ben Johns cannot believe. He's got that so much deception in this shot right here, and it's just way too high.
But you're right, very choppy since game 1. Just cannot string it together.
And you do not get extra points for hitting the guaranteed rate sign. Perhaps he was going for that opportunity.
1-0. Point.
Two 2-0 lead here for Ben Johns.
2-0.
It's that one just wide.
Now trying to do a little too much with that fourth ball or first volley after the return, and it just can't happen.
And now long.
And now problems are stacking up, and he's walking in the wrong direction for where he should be returning. So that probably means timeout, Drew. Can keep it cool when things aren't going well, and that's why he's got the lead. We will switch sides at 6 here in game 3.
You know that thing about great champions too. They manage to pull it out when they're not at their very best.
Yeah, and you heard Arnold yell. You're handing it to him. He's doing nothing. And unfortunately for Arnold, he'll gladly accept.
Side out.
Just
Needed
caught
that.
the sideline, yes.
Needed that big time.
0-5. Side out.
Just not there.
And that's a tremendous, you know, we talked about Arnold was missing that fourth ball, that volley. That volley right there from Johns was brilliant.
5-0.
Inch inside the baseline, nothing Arnold could do.
Side out.
This game, Dave, such a mental game. You are seeing that. You play the world's best player, not just about the physical skills. It's about what's upstairs.
Oh, above the neck is everything.
Point.
Yep, and there's the first outburst of game 3. That's a beautiful backhand. You see how he puts the left hand up there and just whips through it. It's a gorgeous two-handed backhand from Arnold.
And that's in as well.
That just catches the outside of the line. So John's return backhand got past, return forehand got past. Let's see where this one goes. Try more middle.
John's just going to town.
Side out.
Again, when you have that positional advantage, big targets, move them, but don't bring that sideline into play. Smart pickleball from Ben Johns right there.
And now Johns serving with a 5-2 lead.
Side out.
Arnold will get another side out.
what looked like bad luck off the net, and you see Johns is checking out the ball here and making sure it's properly round, which is. Got the miss off that, and sometimes when it's up there, your paddle was low, you can't redirect it, even the best player in the world.
Arnold hits it wide. Does Julian Arnold have one big run left in him?
I mean, he certainly is capable of a massive run. He's, you know, right now he's running his mouth to himself, trying to get that positivity.
Timeout and change.
The positivity is not the words that are coming out of his mouth. It's frustration. He knows that a lot of this has been a donation with missed returns. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it certainly has been. Ben Johns closing in on advancing to Championship Sunday here in Phoenix. In this match in the form of Julian Arnold.
6-2.
And he's got the lead here, 6-2. Game number 3 in this semifinal. And make it now 7-2. Also, Dave, we saw during the timeout, the commercial break, Sam Querrey, a big storyline on the tour.
Yes, he's been coming over. He's not playing in this event, but it's fun to see what he can do as this progresses. And what's progressing now is mistakes from Arnold, and his internal frustration is going to combust here at some point. He can't believe he, in his words, is giving it to him, and he's not wrong.
Side out.
Kind of threw up a hope play there, the lob volley, but he got a rarely off balance Ben Johns to miss there. So it is Andiamo go time right now.
2-8.
Steep hill to climb here for Julian Arnold. Little help from the net and still can't put it away.
And again, Johns, despite having the lead, is not going to change anything about the pace of play that he is playing at, and I couldn't agree with that more. Do your thing.
That's long, and now 2 points away for Ben.
Yeah, and he's just picked out that backhand volley all day long, and it's punching out points like a Pez dispenser. You want to keep going to it.
Short that time. Julian Arnold won. Game number 1, 11-5. Trailing here by 7. Just not the same player he was.
Yeah, and obviously the level, we told you and we thought that Ben's level would come up. I mean, there was a lot of pressure on these balls right here, so it's much more difficult to make those that he had earlier when the balls weren't quite as crisp from Ben Johns.
Side out.
And just didn't commit to hit through that, left the paddle face dragging through that and left it wide.
Side out.
But that's, I mean, that is a wild miss right there. And again, return down the middle, take the angle away, make him find the angle on his own, but just hasn't been sharp.
9-2.
Another side out here for Ben.
Wow.
And now it is match point.
10-2. Side out.
One last gasp here for Julian Arnold.
In the middle of game 2, the crowd was ready to just erupt, and it just never happened. And that's Ben Johns' singles right there. Like, Arnold fought a good service point, and you just got beat there. That we expected to see.
10-2.
But you got to make him do that, and he hasn't made him do it consistently.
Ben Johns.
Game match. Johns
Another GOAT-like performance. Challenged, threatened early, able to recoup, regather himself, take the last 2 games, and he is going to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, so we're going to get a PPA 2023 Carvana Tour rematch as Staksrud's going to get another shot at Ben Johns. So that's hard to do in a singles field. There were a ton of people playing yesterday to even get into the main draw. And it's Staksrud and Johns who get a second showdown. Staksrud would love to have a different outcome, that's for sure. So that's what championship mindset looks like. Not necessarily execution, but mindset. So well done from Ben Johns there.
Welcome back to Championship Court. Ben Johns here with me. He's headed to Championship Sunday, and Ben showing a little bit of frustration on the court. You obviously weren't playing the game that you wanted to play, especially in game 1. How did you reset for yourself and come back with a different tactic?
Yeah, you know, I'd say your game is just not always firing on all cylinders. I don't think either of us played the cleanest match of either of our careers, to say the least. I didn't feel like my passing shots were quite there. I really was only feeling comfortable in the net coverage and serves. So, you know, when that happens, I guess you just got to play to the things that are working. So I think I used the net coverage to my advantage and served pretty big and got some points that way. So it's not always going to be the best, but got the job done.
Are we seeing a difference inside out here? The shadows have moved over the court. The sun is obviously angled towards a particular side. What is the difference?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's why a number of returns were missed by both of us. The shadows play a tricky role here. Definitely just when you're returning on the deuce court on the far side and on the ad court here, you're going to see some funky shadows that kind of changing color as you're trying to hit it. So yeah, it can be an issue.
Well, a lot of people don't know it, but we just spent the last 2 days shooting all of our players. We had our first 2023 season shoot for our players. You took part in that yesterday. How did you like that? What content did we shoot?
There was some fun stuff. You know, there's the typical photo shoot and video stuff, but we had some fun questions, and I think it'll be fun content for everybody.
For everyone to see as we move along during the season. Congratulations, Ben. We'll see you on Championship Sunday.
To San Clemente, it was a classic gold medal match, June of 21, where Leigh Jansen won 11-8 in the 5th. 14 in a row for Leigh, and she's only lost a single game in those 14 matches. That's how dominant she's been.
Side out.
So Leigh knows that is facing her. It also is an opportunity to play on Sunday.
0-0.
That said, Dave, Leigh has made Leigh work on several different occasions.
Yep, just has never been able to quite finish some of these games.
Like she did right there.
Oh, she has to maintain her aggressiveness. This is a player that likes to come in, put pressure on her opponent. That's why you see Leigh Jansen in semifinals all day long, because she makes you beat her because she is relentless. And that is a beautiful ball there to keep her train going to start this match.
1-1.
Leigh Waters, nice little backhand there at the kitchen.
And this was the gold medal match at the first stop on the tour at the PPA Hyundai Masters, which everybody decked out in white, looked great. It was 11-5, 11-2, Leigh. So certainly a confident, just turned Sweet 16 on the 26th of January.
2-1.
Her game has just gone into another stratosphere. What's the biggest areas that it has improved?
The defense is on point. She's an incredible athlete, and just the shot selection, it's unbelievable. She makes the right shot selection almost every time.
Beautiful shot by Leigh Jansen.
2-2. Side out.
Yeah, I want to see if I'm Leigh Jansen, if I'm coaching her, go for that serve. Go for it. We saw Ben Johns miss a bunch of serves, but got the benefits of missed returns. And the other thing we know for sure, we can see it with our own eyes, but we also had it verified, is the ball passing through the shadows gives you a different look, and it's hard to come through your return the way you want to, and that's why we'll probably continue to see some return misses.
Just an incredible shot by Leigh. Wow.
And that's why her backhand is so formidable, because it can go anywhere. She runs that index finger almost straight up the back of the paddle. Most players keep it just to the edge guard, but she holds it as close to straight up as it can, and that gives her even more control, and that's ridiculous.
Stop it.
And you just have to know, if you're Jansen, that that's going to happen, and you're going to see highlights from the other side. Just keep coming forward.
Point. Four, two. Side out.
Side out coming up here for Jansen. Leigh Jansen, such an emotional player.
Yes.
Admits she's had to channel that over the last few years. She has ascended in this world of pickleball.
And there's the pressure. Make Leigh hit a more difficult shot to beat you. Well done there. Yes, she loved the MLP format, because then you don't have to temper it down. Jump into people, scream, yell. Fit her style perfectly. And goes for the big serve there, and that pays off. So already at 4-all is a better look than the gold medal match a few weeks ago.
Oh, Jansen wanted that one. Those are the
mouth after she missed that. Like, sometimes you have such a sitter that you have so many options. Your brain just explodes, and you don't finish through it. And that absolutely carried over there. I know the shadows are tough, but that was a carryover miss right there.
5-4.
Waters puts it away.
You know, you asked what makes her special. It's that movement, too. She's got that high-level soccer background, which she's not doing anymore. But that lateral quickness to be able to get there and not be off balance is humongous for her.
It just wide.
By the receiver.
And a timeout going to be called here by Leigh Jansen, sensing Waters starting to pull away.
Time in, 7-4.
Key moment in this match right now as Leigh serves.
Gets the miss there, and this is, again, two teammates from Major League Pickleball, and we saw Leigh Waters coaching up Leigh. Well, guess who she was coaching just this past weekend? Leigh Jansen, who was playing with her daughter. So you always wonder, how much of the tool chest are we going to open up and share, when I know that for 20-plus events, you're going to be on the other side. Got to figure out how much, but do you give everything? It's an interesting strategic decision about strategy.
Oh, wow. Oh, nicely done by Leigh.
And that's her coming forward. Has the best package of volleys of any of these ladies that are playing singles. And that's how she consistently wins right there. And again, there's the difficulty potentially of picking up the ball. You see where the sun is coming from.
6-7.
This side looks even more difficult, quite frankly, than the other.
Took a little bit off that one.
Yeah, and you heard Jansen yell move, because that ball was not struck with great pace, so you felt like she could get there but wasn't able to execute.
Leigh Jansen shot for shot. You know, we've done a lot of reminiscing over the past week about MLP, and it was great to see Waters and Jansen. They had some battles, Callie and Lucy. I believe it was last Friday. Tremendous.
Fun to see these new partnerships. And
called by the receiver.
You see here, though, Dave, Leigh with her whole family there. Leigh kind of just by herself on the other side, sort of a different contrast there in approaches.
Yeah, and that's why I think Leigh really dug the whole team thing, and there was a crowd around her, and ironically it was the two Waters right in the middle of that huddle. Yeah, Leigh is frustrated with the bounce, maybe the visuals to go with it, and Jansen's got a lead. That was not hit well at all.
Leigh Jansen puts it away, and major momentum now for the number 4 seed.
Yeah, you don't usually see Leigh just a little not fully discombobulated, discalmed here, and wow.
So Leigh will get the side out. Opportunity here for Jansen. You know how it is against number 1 players in the world. When you got that opportunity, Dave, you have got to seize it.
You wanted to make that ball there for sure.
Got her going the other way that time.
And we've seen those winners all day from so many of these players. Let them move and just make an easy ball behind them.
Oh, miss hit here from Jansen. And now tied at 9, so back and forth. So here we go. Leigh gets the better of it, and now a point away from surviving a game 1.
Yeah, so not the best shot selection choice from Leigh Jansen there. And that carries over too. So we've seen the pickleball tradition is tap paddles after every game. That was not aggressive, but an interesting selection again as we watch Leigh Jansen.
Jansen comes out attacking. You know, Dave, I had a chance to spend some time with Leigh at an exhibition a couple months ago, talking about her pickleball career. She remembers every point from every single event she plays in. Just incredible.
Yeah, does a lot of work on her own video.
Side out.
And now that's a must for differentiating yourself. What do I do off of this ball? Rewind it. Where could I have gone? Where's the positioning of certain players? That's the level that some people are doing. I'm not saying all of them are, but some are, and those people are winning matches because of their work off the court. And I'm not talking their work in the gym. I'm talking their work in front of a computer and charting. That's the dedication it's going to take to rise.
That is the next level as Leigh gets on the board first here in game number 2.
The other interesting thing we saw right before this started is Leigh went to the other side with sunglasses on, decided not to play with them. That is a major difference in the way you see the ball. And it appears she made the right choice. She's seeing it just fine on that two-handed backhand, but you know, you want to be comfortable. So she, you know, was going to take them off. She decided to put them on, and I think that's a better choice for her.
Point.
Leigh a little frustrated right now. Leigh Waters victorious earlier today over Carolina. Mayorga pairing. Also Jenna Hessert.
2-0. Side out.
See if Jansen can light a fire here. She had it 9-9 set on the table in that last game. 2. Leigh with a very nonchalant, perfect shot.
Yes, if everyone who loves to play singles hasn't seen enough times the ball going back behind the player, take that to your rec court, everybody. It's a very smart shot.
Side out. 5-0-2. Point.
And the first point here in game 2 for Leigh Jansen.
One, two. Point.
Again, Jansen at the net, making Leigh pass her. That's the formula. Now, you're going to get passed a lot. You have to have the conviction to keep doing it.
Point.
That'll be out. Leigh will take the lead. Jansen right now residing in Austin, Texas. Grew up in Spokane, Washington.
Yeah, a lot of players in Austin.
It's like the pickleball hotbed right now. Oh, how about that backhand?
Yeah, didn't do enough with the volley before. You see Jansen going, why did you push it up in the air? No, and the other advantage of all these players being in Austin is the fact that there's all those players in Austin. You can get a high-level game and be so precise with what you need, and there's another tough return. So there's definitely sightline issues with the shadows here.
Yeah, you clearly saw it on that last one. And Leigh right now struggling with it.
Yeah, it's hard to blame the second one there, but the first one probably bled into the second one a little bit.
4-3.
Leigh Waters starting to pull away. 5-3 here in game 2 and a timeout. Both of the top players in the game, Ben Johns and Leigh Waters, have been pushed
Timeouts remaining in this
in
game.
these semifinals. Leigh
5-3.
still yet to surrender a game. And Leigh Jansen continues to misfire.
Yeah, and Leigh didn't surrender a game the entire first tournament.
6-3.
Singles, mixed, or women. So par for the course, and man alive, Jansen just can't find a return right now at all.
7-3.
Jansen comes up but hits it wide.
Timeout's been
What
called
an
by the
interesting
receiver.
little-
8-3, ladies. You have up to 1 minute.
Leigh Waters smiling. She is laughing and very comfortable, and I understand why. She's gotten a lot of gifts in here in game 2 from Jansen.
Side out.
And apparently Mom took a projectile from Lee's mouth as well, so I'm glad they can laugh about that.
3-8.
So 2 of pickleball's greatest showmen on deck, and here's what you were just talking about there, Dave. Whoops.
Splash zone seats for Leigh Waters there.
4-8.
Leigh finally able to put one away.
Yes, and the consistent pressure. She has such beautiful volleys. That's a great one-handed backhand roll. She has that very few of the other ladies have. And again, what did we see, Drew? Finishing where the player is, because they're aborting the mission, and you just got to put it there. And then same girl, miss serve after a beautiful point to start to creep closer.
8-5.
Cannot make those mistakes against ALW.
Side out.
And that's a nice dipping ball from Leigh Jansen there. So, I mean, the ability to come back is absolutely there. It's just the consistency of, can you now make 5 more shots here and win a point?
Leigh Jansen can't catch up to that one. Leigh needed a perfect shot and got it.
And that's why the number 1 is next to her name on the draw. I mean, this is a great play by Leigh Jansen. She just got beat.
8-5.
Oh, nearly had it.
And again, Leigh Waters just keeps going. Like, are you going to bail out of there? Because I'm going to keep going back behind you. Here's 1, here's 2, and here's 3 behind her.
Just too much velocity on that one. And now Leigh Waters,
Yes, ma'am.
1 point away from advancing to Championship Sunday.
Jansen inquired as to whether maybe a 3rd bonus timeout had shown up in her kitty. It had not.
10-5. Side out.
Miss hit. Leigh Jansen, one more chance perhaps to make a splash.
5-10. Side out.
Point construction, beautiful. Deep balls came in behind it. Just a gorgeous ball from Leigh Waters, down low and dipping.
10-5.
Another match point. There it is. Leigh Waters, 11-9, 11-5. Great respect between those two players. We saw them dazzle last week in MLP, but today it was just too much Leigh.
Yeah, and too many mistakes from Leigh Jansen.
Well, thanks, Drew. Welcome back to Championship Court here with Leigh Waters. She's headed to Championship Sunday. And Leigh, you had a good lead in Game 1, but Leigh worked her way back in. You sat down on the sidelines with your mom. You had a chat. What was said?
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole match I was kind of playing iffy and Leigh was playing really well. So in the beginning, I kind of like got ahead and then made a couple unforced errors. Then I called the timeout. A lot of things that happen when I play singles is if I'm losing, it's usually because I'm like, you know, messing myself up by doing stupid stuff. So I go over to my mom and I'm like, what stupid stuff am I doing right now? And she usually just says, you know, get your head in gear and get out there. And she did that. She knows how to pull me out of the grave sometimes.
Well, more unforced errors than we usually see out of you, but what do you do for yourself mentally when you know you're not performing at your best, but you still need to win?
Yeah, so usually when I play singles, I go for a lot of passing shots, and if I'm missing some of those, usually I just try to, you know, hit a couple more balls in the court before I go for something like that, or just, you know, make my margins bigger and go for less.
Well, we saw you accidentally sprayed water on Leigh on the sidelines. We all got a good laugh on the broadcast and out here watching. How fun is it to have your mom on the sidelines cheering you on?
Yeah, it's awesome. I don't know what I'd do without her, honestly. But it was like I choked on water, and I was like, Leigh, just don't like let the whole thing go out. And half of it came out, and I don't know. It was just really funny. And then I ended up losing the next point because I was thinking about it. But yeah, just super fun out here.
All right, well, congratulations. We'll watch you on Championship Sunday. Good luck.
A medal in this field is really impressive. Points go with it. We're going to have a race to the championships. We're going to have a finals this year. This is an important match for these two gentlemen.
Without question, Julian Arnold gets us underway. That right on the line. Some emotion out of the gate.
What great shape on that ball. And what I mean by that is he's able to curl it by the way he hit the outside of the ball and land it right on the edge of the line. That's a beautiful job by Arnold.
Devilliers, Comsley says, hey, I got this.
0-1.
Side out.
And that's a pretty little flick body shot by Arnold. Again, we talked in a match earlier. We had one great firefight between Arnold and Ben Johns, but usually don't see that right at the body. Well done by Arnold.
Jay Devilliers going to have the reach advantage if we're talking like boxing here, Dave, but Julian Arnold probably the foot speed advantage, would you say?
Yeah, he's definitely going to be the quicker player, but man, Devilliers covers a lot of court, but the ability to get to balls in uncomfortable spots will definitely be Arnold's advantage.
Well, some pretty good looking volleys here at the start.
And you have to be patiently aggressive up there with your volleys, and Arnold did a great job. This ball right here, and then a great finish.
Oh.
That stayed in. Two-handed backhand topspin lob, clean winner filth from Arnold there.
2-0.
You got to respect the lob. He says Devilliers hasn't seen that since his tennis days.
And another for Julian Arnold. 3-0 lead here in game one.
Okay, we're going all the way into every trick you got. Why not? This is your last match of the day, no matter what. And then that was bizarre.
A little heavy-handed that time from Arnold.
0-3.
Devilliers, nicely done.
Yeah, and very unlucky. Arnold caught the tape a couple times in a row when he had a ball was up. He had one and then two.
1-3.
Dave, you said it. It's almost like in college football, you're not playing for the national championship. You go to another bowl game. Which team shows up?
Yeah.
2-3.
That's exactly it.
Side out.
You saw Arnold, you know, so the shadows are pretty much gone, but the bounce that the players are getting is also something that they're not consistently expecting, at least so far here. So guess what?
3-2.
We're going to switch sides. Both, you got to deal with it.
Julian Arnold gave Ben Johns fits in game number one in his semifinal. Trying to do the same here to Devilliers. What a shot.
Yeah, just a nice flick as Devilliers just leaning a little to the backhand, and
6-2.
Arnold got it past him. And that's a beautiful play by Devilliers there. And you've seen a couple of the players lunge for balls that are staying down. So that just adds another complication here on this court.
Arnold can't return it.
I'm pretty sure it's not December 25th, but gifts are being given out everywhere in these huge matches today.
Big time.
Side out. 6-3.
Good attempt by Arnold, just couldn't square it up.
Yeah, and the backhand pass is way too high, which gives Devilliers a much easier volley to put into the open court.
Side out.
Side out now coming to Julian Arnold. Good chance here to see consolation play. This game for third place.
It's huge. With the 23 format being semifinals, get you to a medal match no matter what.
ATP, nicely done from Julian.
So patient with that, and what I mean by that is you have to let the ball travel, and that's what Arnold did, and then he hooked it back. That's a great singles point from Arnold.
Look at the way some of these ATPs are executed, Dave. The lateral movement is just incredible from some of these players.
Yes, because you have to then let the ball get low and hit it like a racquetball shot, or at least bend it around depending on where it is and where you are on the court. And the defense of those keeps getting better too. They used to be clean winners. They're not anymore.
Side out.
Arnold hit a ball there where it's like, I'm going to let you think you can get to this one. I don't think he did it on purpose, but it worked out perfectly. Little, you know, it's all a cumulative effect, so why not make him take 3 more strides here at the end of the day?
Mm-hmm. Devilliers, fist pump there to pull to within 3.
4-7.
Great point, hit wide by Jay.
Yeah, and that's what the person at the net has, that advantage. Make them pass you. That's a great point, but it's hard to hit that many good balls from the baseline. Smart job by Arnold keeping Devilliers back.
Julian Arnold comes up with another one. It's 8-4, and temperatures dropping just a little bit here. 62 degrees right now on championship court.
That'll speed up the ball because the ball will get harder as the temperatures get lower. The ball goes harder. It's not intuitive, but that's the fact, and this ball especially. So that will favor those driving from the baseline. And there's a French soccer kick that did not find the back of the net. It didn't roll where he wanted, but just not sharp on the returns here.
Hit wide from Arnold. You mentioned French soccer. Jay Devilliers, an avid World Cup fan when it comes to France.
Yes, heartbreaker for those of you that are cheering for, or were cheering for that squad.
How about that from Arnold? Has a little fun with that one.
Yeah, and Devilliers wanted to throw his paddle through our beautiful scoreboard and video board back there. I'm thankful he did not.
9-4.
That's a little bit long, and now Julian Arnold a point away.
10-4.
Hit just a little bit long.
First chance goes astray, and you know, I think Devilliers got to find some magic. Zero confidence in his game right now.
Side out.
Shaking his head, looking around. As we got into soccer talk there for a minute, kicking the ball. Not a confident player move.
Yeah, the body language not good right now from the flying Frenchman. Tremendous shot right there. Maybe that gets him going.
Just one little, you know, he's got so many nice, fun shots like that. It's a beautiful drop volley.
4-10.
Wide that time, and there you see Jay just upset at himself.
Yeah, and if I'm Arnold, get this over with so that that frustration carries over into game 2.
Jay Devilliers not going down easy here in game 1.
Yeah, and that ball's got to bounce from Arnold. He's coming forward. So if that ball bounces, he's in a good 50-50 position. Leave it up, and too many choices for Devilliers.
Arnold just having his way. He ran Jay all over the court.
Yeah, there's a toll that's added to that point of not only did you give up a side out, but that was a lot of effort from Devilliers. Let's see if he can still have the energy to come in and play good, and just wasn't there at all. So Arnold clearly in control here in game 1.
Game 2, time in. 0.
Devilliers in the near court, Julian Arnold in the far court. This is one of those matches where you really figure out what you're made of playing for third place.
Yeah, and especially if you're Devilliers and don't have your best, now you get a great start. It's like, look, I can play pickleball. I mean, just one shot can sometimes get you redialed in, and missed return to start from Arnold was not what he needed as far as keeping Devilliers' confidence down.
Side out.
It's an interesting swing. The other thing I want to point out is you were hearing the voice of one of the youngest, if not the youngest, referees on tour. Teenager Maddie Torin. Love that she is so involved in the sport, up to and including refereeing a bronze medal match, and deservedly so, Drew.
Yeah, Maddie Torin doing a phenomenal job.
Good look at her right there.
Another dime from Julian Arnold. You know, Maddie Torin gets so much attention for being a great referee. She's a pretty good player, too.
Very good player. Does a lot of social media in the world as well. She is dialed into pickleball, and I couldn't love it more, and I love her attitude and approach to the game. And just more and more people are going to be inspired to do things. And, you know, obviously Anna-Leigh Waters has put a paddle in a lot of young ladies' hands. Big celebration yesterday of women in sports. I'm a girl dad. I love that my ladies played sports, and thrilled to see the great women in all parts of our sport here.
Oh, phenomenal point.
Yeah, and everything's just a little off, like our video board is right now. Just like this point's even just a little ragged. Like that ball should be done, and so should that ball. And finally, Devilliers finishes.
You know how it is, though, end of the day, not as much spring in your step as the start, and you got to really dig deep.
Yeah, it's gotten colder. The fans, there's less fans in the stands right now.
That's going to be wide, and a side out back to Devilliers with a 3-2 lead.
Yeah, and that's one of those balls where Arnold, to keep that pace going, has a great look at a ball and still misses it by a foot wide. Just can't happen if you want to make this easier on yourself.
Right past Julian Arnold that time. Beauty by Devilliers.
Yeah, and that's his patented shot. When it's going well, the one-handed backhand is so beautiful.
A little too much on that one from Jay.
Yeah, Devilliers tried to shape a forehand down the line past Arnold about 4 times and has missed all 4, and they haven't been close. Had to keep going there from Arnold to make sure he finds it with that one-hander on the other side, a problem.
Jay Devilliers sizing that one up perfectly.
You'll see a lot of him jumping around the kitchen in mixed and men's later this week. You don't see a lot of Ernie's in singles, but takes advantage of that opportunity.
Side out.
And I like that Arnold all day has not let people get into cat and mouse games with him when they drop it and it's up. He is attacking that ball off the bounce, and it has worked out very well for him. Smart choice.
Side out.
It's been fun to follow Devilliers over the years in men's doubles. Was paired with Patrick Smith. Then over to Tyson McGuffin last season. Hand battle won by Devilliers.
That was fun. Let's have that going on. Okay, boys. Again, 1 or 2 of these a match, and Arnold has started a couple. That one he doesn't win. And yeah, Devilliers and DJ Young on Saturday is going to be a lot of fun to watch. They had a very good result in their first tournament together at the Masters. Welcome back, video board. I think Arnold was even talking about the court and the bounce of the ball there just is not coming up for these players.
Hit long again by Devilliers, so Julian Arnold within 1.
So guess what? Everyone's going to have to adjust.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, got too much.
Unbelievable stab from Mr. Andiamo there, as this ball is dead usually.
5-5.
And again, Devilliers needs to put more on that. That could have been avoided.
And another from Julian Arnold.
Yeah, and this is getting into a very dangerous territory, and Devilliers has been caught leaning left several times on that forehand.
Side out.
Just a much more definitive volley there, Drew, from Devilliers. Like, punch it.
5-6.
Make it. Don't give him a chance to track something down.
That time came up with purpose. Devilliers now applying the pressure, and Arnold comes up with an absolute dive.
And that's a great point, and we thought we'd see a lot more points like that, but the level just hasn't been able to sustain itself. So maybe at the 11th hour here, we'll get a bunch of points like this.
Oh, these two guys are so fun to watch, aren't they?
When it's on, it's fun, and now we had Arnold thumping his own chest here. That's just such a beautiful ball to help leave in the kitchen and then take it out of the air. That's the key. You can't let your opponent off the hook.
7-5.
So
Good
Julian
Arnold
now a 2-point lead, Dave. Down the line again, it's 8-5. He is closing in on a third-place finish.
Yeah, and these are not the gifts we saw earlier. These are earned points, and that Tui down the line was beautiful.
8-5.
Yeah, you don't want to do that to Jay Devilliers.
Yeah, he hit a clean topspin two-handed backhand winner earlier. I really like the rip he put on the two-handed backhand before that, but that's 6'3" and very athletic. Didn't get that one up high enough.
And Julian Arnold right now pulling it all out. Let's see. Side out coming up.
Yeah, Devilliers, again, the one-handed backhand when it's on is so good, but that last one way too high. Arnold had no problem dealing with that.
Side out.
Also keeping an eye on the women's bronze medal match going on. Leigh Jansen just came up short against Leigh Waters. Irina Tereschenko battling as well.
Yeah, just getting started over there on grandstand court. Jansen's up 3-1. And you can just hear Devilliers screaming so bad. I mean, that's just a tough place to be.
Another point for Julian Arnold. So now it's 9-5, 2 away. And Jay Devilliers struggling.
Yeah, and you hate to see this. This is a guy that played exceptional pickleball earlier in the day, earned his right to the semis, earned his right into this. But you've got to be able to push through it. And that's several missed returns in this second game where he had a lead. He was playing well. Then we had that little chunk, Drew, of phenomenal play on both sides. We were hoping to get a lot more of that, quite frankly, in this match. Haven't gotten it as much as we had hoped.
As a player, do you often have to make that decision, though? Hey, I got to play tomorrow. I got to play the day after that. And are those moments where you're like, okay, it's just not my day?
believe earlier in the day, if you're struggling, I can see that. In a bronze medal match, that cannot be in your mind. It just can't. This is a chance to have that medal, the points that go with it. Got to make it.
Oh, what a shot by Julian Arnold to finish it. 11-4, 11-5. Impressive for the former UCLA standout and MLP MVP.
Well, welcome back one last time to Championship Court, where Julian Arnold has clasped the bronze medal. Julian, congratulations. You were able to take down Devilliers in just 2 games. How did you do it?
Just came out, played with some energy, and you know, I think a lot of us have been struggling with a little bit of visibility as the day gets later on. We lose a little bit of the light, and you know, pickleball gives you some funky bounces. So you know, I think things just went a little bit more in my favor than they did for Jay. But great competitor, love the guy, and it was fun to come out here, and we had some high quality points. So.
Well, you are coming off a massive MLP title just last weekend. How are you carrying that energy into this tournament?
The pickleball season's kind of nonstop, so just, you know, even though MLP was so good for me, I know I have to turn around and follow it up the very next week. So yeah, I'm just trying to keep my play as high as possible, stay healthy, and just love every minute that I'm out here.
Well, a bronze to start the week. You still have 2 more events to compete in. What are you looking forward to?
Playing with my girlfriend tomorrow, so that'll be a lot of fun, and getting to play with Thomas Wilson again. And you know, I think we're just scratching the surface there at MLP, so I'm excited to share the court with him a decent amount this year.
Congratulations, Julian.
Thank you.